Hello, friends. Namaskaram. You're most welcome. Have you ever wondered why even the most brilliant CEOs fall for the shiny object syndrome? The truth is, your intelligence isn't the problem, it is the magnetic pull of the environment around you. In this video, we explore a timeless wisdom as mentioned in Bhagavad Gita. We will try and break down the sensory object of the modern business world, market noise, endless data, and competing trends that can override even the most disciplined mind. Let's go. You have the vision, you have the resources, you have the team. By all accounts, you are operating at the highest level of your career. But at the end of the day, there is this nagging, persistent feeling. The feeling that, despite all your talent, you are being pulled in thousand different directions. You sit down to work on your long term strategy, and within 10 minutes, you are checking a competitor's latest move. You are replying to an email about the minor HR issues. You are doom scrolling through the industry trends. We call this multitasking or being agile. But deep down, you know the truth. You are getting distracted full time. And here is the most frustrating part. You are intelligent enough to know that you should be focusing. You have the capacity to discriminate between the important and what is noise. So, why does the noise win almost every time? Today, we are going to look at the answer to this question not from the modern management book, but from a 5,000-year-old source, which is called Bhagavad Gita, specifically mentioned in chapter 2, verse 60. This isn't just philosophy, it is a masterclass in behavioral psychology for the modern leaders. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's continue. Let's look at the verse. It's incredibly blunt. It says, and the quote starts, the sensory object being immensely powerful can even drag the mind of such a person who has the ability to discriminate. And the quote close. In the context of Gita, the sensory object are everything in the physical world that compete for your attention. For the ancient warrior, this might have been a allure of fame, the noise of battlefield, or the temptation of the comfort. But for you, the CEO, the sensory objects are the notification bells, the real-time stock market data, the urgency of the client's email, and the endless stream of next big things in technology. The Gita makes it very specific, uncomfortably observation. This is quite, frankly, very, very clear. It says this happens even to the person who has the ability to discriminate. In business terms, this means you have a high IQ, you have experience, you have the wisdom to discern between a distraction and an opportunity. And yet, the verse warns that the intelligence alone is not enough to stop you from being dragged away. Why? Because those distractions are designed to be immensely powerful. They are engineered to bypass your logic and hit your primal need for stimulation, for relevance, and for safety. If you feel like you're losing the battle for your own attention, stop blaming your willpower. Modern neuroscience backs up the Gita, wrote millennia ago. Your brain has a prefrontal cortex, the seat of your discrimination, your long term planning, and your strategy. This is where your CEO brain lives. But you also have a limbic system, the emotional, reactive part of your brain that seeks immediate gratification. When you get a notification, when you see a market crash headline, or when a competitor pivot, your limbic system interpret that as an immediate threat or an immediate reward. It is a biological, drag. The Gita tells us that these objects are immensely powerful, and they are designed by the world's brightest engineers to trigger a dopamine response in you. You are literally fighting a biological battle every single day. And if you think you can simply you have the will yourself to ignore the noise, you are underestimating the enemy. That is why, we see a brilliant CEO who spend their morning doing deep work, but by 2 p.m. they are completely reactionary, fighting fires, and don't actually move the needle on their vision. So the intelligence isn't enough. What is then? The verse mentions the ability to discriminate, and in Sanskrit, this is called Viveka. This is the ability to see things as they really are, not as they appear. To master your mind, you have to move from being an observer of distraction to being an architect of your environment. You cannot outsmart a system designed to distract you. You have to opt out of the system. And here is how you apply this. Number one, acknowledge the power. Stop telling yourself, I will just check this one thing. Acknowledge that the notification, the email, the trend, it is designed to drag you. Treat it with respect, as you would actually respect your competitor. Define your sensory objects. This is number two. Identify your specific triggers. Is it the real time Slack feed? Is it the Twitter or X feed? Is it the urgent emergency meeting? You need to categorize these as well. The discrimination pause. When you feel the pull, the Gita suggests a moment of reflection. Before you click, before you switch task, ask, is this moving the needle on the vision, or is this just satisfying a sensory crave for input? That momentary pause is where your power lies. It is a gap between the stimulus and the response. The most successful leaders that I have studied who truly change the world aren't necessarily the ones with the highest IQ. They are the ones with the highest focus. They have mastered the art of monotasking. They have created a fortress around the deep work. They understand their most valuable asset is not their capital, their brand, or their data. It is their attention. When you constantly distract, you are giving away your attention for free. You are letting the sensory object of the marketplace dictate your reality. But when you reclaim your focus, you regain your sovereignty as a leader. You aren't just reacting to the market anymore, you are creating it. You aren't just putting out fires, you are building the future. Remember, Gita doesn't say that the sensory object will stop existing. The market will always be noisy. The news will always be urgent. The distraction will always be there. The promise isn't that the world will become quiet. The promise is that you will become unshakable. So, as you go back into your work today, I want you to practice that one thing, the pause. When you feel the urge to drift, please pause, discriminate, choose your focus. You are a capable person leading with clarity even in the midst of the chaos. So, friends, thanks for watching. If this perspective helped you shift your mindset, please subscribe. Let's build something meaningful and let's keep your eye on the horizon. See you in the next one. Hello, friends, and Namaskaram. On June 15th, 1908, a landmark moment in India's financial history took place in the formal incorporation of Calcutta Stock Exchange. As one of the oldest stock exchange in Asia and the second to be established in India after the Bombay Stock Exchange, the CSE, the Calcutta Stock Exchange, quickly transformed into a primary engine of the financial growth of the Eastern India region. Therefore, in this video, we explore the origins of the exchange, its original 150 founding members, and how it cemented Calcutta's status as a premier hub for trade, industry, and investment in the early 20th century. Let's go. June 15th in 1908, a date that might seem like just another page in history. But for the financial world of Asia, it was a turning point. Imagine the scene, horse driven carriages clattering over the cobblestone of a line range, the air thick with humidity of Bengal summer, and the hum of the city that served as the heartbeat of the British Empire in India. On this day, a group of visionaries gathered to do something bold. They were signing a charter to create Calcutta Stock Exchange. Today, we are going back in time to see how it all began. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in into this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's proceed further. To understand the importance of 1908, we have to understand the city. At the time, Calcutta wasn't just a city, it was the commercial powerhouse of the East. The massive British trading houses were located there, managing the tea gardens of Assam, the jute mills along the Hooghly, and the sprawling coal mines of the hinterlands. Before the exchange, trading happened informally, often under the shades of neem tree or the makeshift offices. But the scale of business was becoming too vast, too complex for informal handshakes. The economy demanded order. The economy demanded an institution. Enter the 150 founding members, of initial founding members. They weren't just the merchants, they were the architects of India's modern financial landscape. When the Calcutta Stock Exchange was incorporated on June 15th, 1908, it wasn't a sole effort. It was a massive collaboration of both Indian and European brokers. Think about the friction of that era. Yet, in the pits of exchange, business came first. They pooled their resources, established a regulatory code, and decided that instead of scattered trading, they would create a unified marketplace. The exchange became the second in all of India, trailing only the Bombay Stock Exchange, and it quickly became the primary financial hub for everything happening in the East. Why does this matter today? Because the Calcutta Stock Exchange fueled the industrial revolution of East India. When you look at the growth of the coal industry, the massive exports of jute that were essential to global trade, or the tea plantation that became household names, we are looking at companies that were at the same point traded right there on the line's range. It provided the liquidity and the transparency that allowed these businesses to grow from small family run business operations into massive corporate entities. It set the stage for how India would handle capital, risk, and investment for the next century. The building on line range still stands today, a silent witness to over a century of boom, bust, policy shift, and the sheer grit of the trader who walked on its floor. While the world of finance has moved into a digital realm where billions of dollars exchange hand in milliseconds via fiber optics cable, the spirit of 1908 remains relevant. It taught us that the economy is only as strong as the institution itself. Founders of 1908 didn't just create a building, they created a culture of trust and commerce that laid the foundation for the India as we see it today. History isn't just about dates and charters, it's about people who saw the potential for a better, more organized future. June 15th, 1908 changed everything for the traders of Calcutta and, by extension, for the history of Indian finance. So, friends, thanks for joining me on this trip back to 1908. If you enjoyed this dive into our financial heritage, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and hit that bell icon. I want to know what other historic institutions should we uncover next. Drop a suggestion in the comments below, and I will see you next very soon, friends. Bye for now. Hello friends, welcome to Executive Learning Session. In today's high pressure corporate world, CEOs are often obsessed with the quarterly reports. But what if focusing less on the result actually would lead to better performance? That's a very big and profound question. Therefore, today in this video, we break down the profound leadership wisdom of Bhagavad Gita. And we will also explore how it serves as a blueprint for the modern mindful executives. We explore the concept of Karma Yogi, a leader who performs their duty with intense focus and excellence without becoming slave to the result. So, therefore, friends, stick around with this thought and let's explore this further. Picture this, it's 11 p.m. on a Sunday and you're starting working at a spreadsheet. You have got a quarterly board meeting in 48 hours. The numbers aren't where they need to be, and your heart is racing. Your sleep is now non-existent, and your identity, your very worth as a leader is tied entirely to the bottom right cell of the screen. Right? This happens to everybody, isn't it? Well, we have been taught that the greatest leader who you must be result driven. We must obsess over KPIs, exit strategies, and stock prices. But here is a paradox: the more tightly you grip the result, the more likely you are likely to choke the process that creates it. Today, I want to share a piece of wisdom that is 7,000 years old, yet feels like it was written for this morning market volatility. It's from the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, first verse of chapter 6. It is a verse that redefines what it means to be a yogi and by extension what it means to be a leader. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Let's proceed further. So now let's look at the verse. Quote starts, a true yogi or a true renunciant is the one who performs his duty renouncing attachment to result, and not one who abandons work or the sacrificial fire. Quote close. Now, when we hear the word yogi or renunciant, we think of someone sitting on a mountain far away from emails and supply chain issues. But Bhagwan Krishna says something radical here. He says the true yogi is not the one who quits. It's the one who stopped doing the work. It's also not that. In business context, Krishna is saying you don't have to quit your job to find peace. You don't have to stop being ambitious. The sacrificial fire for CEO is the office, the factory, and the boardroom. The distinction isn't whether you work, it's how you relate to outcome of what works, etc. So, what is the result paradox? So when we attach to the result, we operate from a place of fear. Fear of failure, fear of loss, fear of looking bad. When the brain is in the fear mode, the prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for high level strategy and innovation, shuts down. Attachment creates tunnel vision. You become so focused on the win that you miss the ethical red flags or the innovative pivot that could have saved your company. Attachment creates fragility. If your happiness depends on the green KPI, a red KPI will shatter your confidence completely. So, Gita suggests a better way. Perform your karma, the duty at hand. Imagine the professional athlete. If a golfer is thinking about a trophy while they are, mid swing, they will miss the shot. To win the trophy, they must forget the trophy exists and focus entirely on the mechanics of the swing. That is leading without attachment. The verse mentioned not abandoning their sacrificial fire. In ancient times, this was the literal fire of ritual. Today, for a leader, it is the energy of the action. Leading without attachment does not mean leading without excellence. In fact, it requires more excellence. When you aren't worried about how the result will make you look, you are free to be. There are several things you are free to be. First is bold, because you aren't afraid of the fallout. Second is the present, because you aren't living in the future quarter. And third is the objective, because you see the data for what it is, not what you want it to be. A true CEO, which is yogi, performs their duty because it is the right thing to do, not because it means something to, earn your bonus, etc. They treat their company as a sacrifice, a contribution to the world. So, how do we actually do this? How do we walk into the board meeting tomorrow and lead without the attachment? There are few ideas which I want to share with you. First is shift from what to how. Instead of asking, will they reach the target? Ask, are we executing this with the highest level of integrity and skill? If the process is perfect, the result is inevitable, and it's the inevitable byproduct. Second, the 5 minute de-tether. Before a high stake pitch, take 5 minutes to remind yourself, I have a right to work, but not to the fruits. Tell yourself that your value as a human being is independent of this deal. Watch how much more charismatic and calm you would become before you get into the meeting. Now, the third idea is reward effort, not just outcome. So, as a leader, stop only celebrating the wins, start celebrating the karma as well. The disciplined, high quality effort, even when it doesn't lead to a win, this builds a culture of psychological safety. So, Bhagavad Gita isn't asking you to be less ambitious. In fact, it is asking you to be freer. So, when you stop being a slave to the result, you become master of your actions. You will become unshakable executive. You will still show up, and you still the light of fire, and you still do the work, but you do it with a smile, knowing that while you cannot control the wind, you can always control how you set your sail. So, friends, what do you think? Thank you for your time. Thank you for joining live. Let's go back to the fire and do the work. And if you have any questions, please feel free to send it across. Before I wind up this session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, is a new trade war which is dubbed as 2.0 beginning? As the US radically rewrites its global tariff rules, India is launching a high stake diplomatic mission to Washington, D.C. And therefore, in this video, we dive deep into why an Indian delegation led by Chief Negotiator Mr. Darpan Jain is rushing to US capital on April 20th, 2026 to save $1 billion trade deal. So, what is happening now? Well, the trade landscape between the world's two largest democracies has shifted overnight following a landmark US Supreme Court ruling that limited the president's emergency tariff powers. The Trump administration has introduced a new 10 to 15% global surcharge under Section 122 of the Trade Act. Now, this move has effectively reset the 18% tariff framework India and US agreed upon during the early February 2026. Now, India is fighting to maintain its competitive edge as other global players face the same flat rate. Let us discuss this further. On February 7th, 2026, the world thought the trade war between India and the US was finally over. Headlines around the globe announced the breakthrough. Washington would slash tariff on Indian goods to be a flat 18%, and in exchange the trade king and the Make in India giant would enter a new era of cooperation. But in the global politics, nothing is final until the ink is dry. Fast forward to today, that 18% deal, it's practically on the paper shredder right now. Why? Because of the US Supreme Court just dropped a legal bombshell that stripped the president of his emergency tariff powers. In response, the Washington has hit the reset button, rewriting the global trade playbook with a brand new 10% global surcharge. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Now, as you watch this, a high-level Indian delegation led by Chief Negotiator Mr. Darpan Jain is on a plane to Washington, D.C. They would land on April 20th, and their mission would be to save India's 87 billion export market from being swallowed by a trade war 2.0. To understand why India is rushing to DC, we have to look at what happened in the courts. For over a year, the Trump administration used the International Emergency Economic Power Act (IEEPA) to slap reciprocal tariffs on countries including India. But on February 20th, 2026, the US Supreme Court ruled 6-3 that the president cannot use this act to raise revenue generating tariffs. It was a massive rebuke of the executive power. Overnight, the legal foundation for the India-US deal, the one that promised an 18% rates, evaporated. The administration had to halt all IEEPA collections. But if you think this means free trade is back, think again. The administration immediately pivoted to Section 122 of the Trade Act of 1974. This is a global surcharge of 10% on all imports from all countries to address international payment problems. It's valid for 150 days. You might be asking, wait, if the new US tariff is only 10%, isn't that better for India than 18% they agreed to in February? So on paper, yes, but in the world of trade, it is all about comparative advantages. Under the old deal, India was going to pay 18% while its competitor like China or Vietnam might have been paying 25% or even 50% in certain cases. The gap made Indian goods cheaper. But under the new Section 122, everyone pays 10%. Suddenly, India loses its special edge. Furthermore, there is the Section 301 threat. While the 10% global tariff is a temporary fix, the US Trade Representative USTR has launched a fresh investigation into 16 economies, including India. These probes are looking into forced labor and unfair practices. If these investigations go south, India could face even higher punitive tariffs on top of the 10%. And this is why Mr. Darpan Jain and his team are in Washington this week. They aren't just there for coffee, they are there to finalize the bilateral trade agreement and the legal text. And here are the three main fires they need to put out. First is the solar crisis. The Indian solar module exports to US have already crashed by 35% this year due to fluctuating duties. India needs a stable long-term rate to protect its growing green energy industry. Number two, the Russian oil factor. The US previously hit India with punitive duties because of the India's purchase of Russian oil. While some of those rolled back in February, the new section, which is 301 probe, could bring them back under a different name. And third is the big ticket energy deal. So in exchange for lower tariff, India is looking at buying massive amount of US LNG and nuclear tech. This energy for export swaps is the heart of the deal. India isn't just waiting on the Americans, while DC talks are happening, Commerce Secretary Mr. Rajesh Agarwal has confirmed the 2026 roadmap. And it's very interesting. First is the India UK FTA, expected to go live in May 2026. Second is the India New Zealand FTA, set to be signed in April, especially on April 27. Third is the EU and Oman FTA. Negotiations are in full swing and final stages. So India is essentially telling Washington, we want to be your partner, but we aren't putting all our eggs in one basket. With the trade deficit between the two nations narrowing down to 34 billion from 40 billion last year, India has some leverage, but the US is playing the hardball. The next 72 hours in Washington will determine the future of your wallet as well as my wallet. From the price of iPhone, even though it is assembled in India, to the cost of Indian textiles and pharma in the US, everything is on the line. Is this the start of a trade war 2.0, or it is just growing pain of a new America first architecture? One thing is certain, the era of easy, predictable global trade is over. So friends, what do you think? Should India stand its own ground, or should it offer more concessions to secure the US market? Let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into shifting world of global power. Thank you for joining live. Thank you for watching. Before I wind up this session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Stop. Before you hit the delete channel button or give up on your next upload, you need to watch this. Most creators quit YouTube exactly 3 feet from the gold. They see flat lines in their analytics and assume they are failing. But in reality, they are simply in a ghost phase, the period where the algorithm tests your consistency and your skills are being sharpened for the big break. In this video, we dive deep into the psychology of the content creation and why zero views might actually be your biggest competitive advantage. How? Let us discuss this further. You are checking your phone again. It's been 3 hours since you uploaded your latest video and the one you spent all weekend editing. You have refreshed the studio app 10 times and the number hasn't budged. 4 views, 2 of which were probably you. Uh, the thought starts creeping in. Is this even worth it? You see other creators blowing up overnight and you feel like you are shouting into a void. You are ready already to quit, but before you hit that delete channel button, I need you to understand one thing. You aren't failing. You are actually in the most important phase of your journey. Most creators quit exactly 3 feet from the goal. Today I'm going to show you why nobody is watching is actually your secret weapon and why your biggest breakthrough is like hidden right behind the urge to give up. Let's dive in. But before, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. I would also know who's watching and who's not. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's address the elephant in the room, which is the algorithm. We talk about it like it's a sentient being that hates us. It doesn't, but it's a system built on trust. When you are a new creator or you're trying to pivot, you enter what I call the ghost phase. Think about it. Why would YouTube push your content to millions of people if you are only person you can stay consistent for only 2 weeks? The algorithm is testing two things, your competence and your consistency. During this ghost phase, you have a massive advantage that no big creator has, which is freedom to fail. When nobody is watching, you can experiment, you can find your voice, you can mess up the lighting, and you can make terrible jokes without hundreds and thousands of people judging you. This is your training ground. You are not being ignored, you are being incubated. This is the concept from the book Atomic Habits called the plateau of latent potential. We expect progress to be in a straight line up. We think if I put in X amount of work, I should see X amount of views. But the growth on YouTube is exponential, not linear. You spend months, maybe years working in the valley of disappointment, and this is where you're putting in the work, but the result aren't showing yet. You are building the foundation. It's like bamboo tree. It grows underground for 5 years, developing a massive root system, and then it shoots up 80 feet in 6 weeks. So if you quit during the root building phase, the tree will never grow. Every video you make into a flop is actually a root. It's a data point. It's a lesson. It's one step closer to the 80-foot breakthrough. So why do most creators quit right before they win? It's because of the psychological phenomena called cognitive friction. The effort required to make a video feels much higher than the reward of 10 views. To survive this, you have to shift your win condition. If your win condition is to get 1000 views, you get 50, you feel like as if you have lost it. You feel defeated. But if you win condition is like getting 1% better at color grading or write a more compelling hook, or you do that, you have won already, right? I mean, if you do all of these core competencies, regardless of the view counts, don't you think so? Winning on YouTube is a war of attrition. The pros aren't necessarily the most talented people on the platform. They are the one who refuse to go away. They stayed in the game long enough for the luck to find them. Because on YouTube, luck is just where the preparation meets the long enough timeline. Now, as a disclaimer, I'm not saying that you should keep doing exactly the same thing if it is not working. There is a difference between quitting and pivoting. If you have made 50 videos and they all have 0 views, don't quit YouTube. Change your strategy. Maybe your thumbnails are weak, maybe your intros are too slow. Use the silence to audit yourself. When nobody is watching, you have the lowest stakes possible to reinvent yourself. Don't you think so? So ask yourself, am I making content for me, or am I making content to that solves a problem or provide value for someone else? Once you align your passion with audience's need, the nobody watching problem start to disappear. The hardest part of YouTube isn't the editing or the SEO. It is the mental game. It is showing up on Tuesday morning to film a video when your last 3 uploads tanked. But remember this, every major creator you admire today, from Mr. Beast to MKBHD, had a period where they were talking, making videos, but generating zero interest, 0 views. They felt exactly how you feel right now. The only difference between them and millions of abandoned channels is that they decided to post one more time. Your breakout video is already in your head. It's coming. It's going to come. Definitely. But you can't find it cannot find you if you weren't there to upload it, right? So don't quit. Just get 1% better today. So friends, what do you think? If you have any question or if you want to know more, please leave a comment below and I will see you again in the next one. Before I take your leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
कश्मीर की धरती ने अनेक महान शासकों को जन्म दिया, परंतु उसमें से एक नाम विशेष रूप से इतिहास में चमकता है। कश्मीर की वादियों में जब सत्ता डगमगाने लगी, तब एक महिला ने अपने साहस और बुद्धिमत्ता से इतिहास की दिशा बदल दी। वह थी रानी दिद्दा, विकलांगता के बावजूद अदम्य इच्छा शक्ति वाली शासक, जिन्हें कश्मीर की आयरन वुमेन के नाम से भी जाना जाता है। उनका जीवन की जो कहानी है हमें बताती है कि शक्ति केवल शरीर में नहीं होती, बल्कि मन संकल्प में होती है। दिद्या का शासन का लगभग 22 वर्षों तक चला और उनका जीवन साहस, राजनीति की गहरी समझ और अदम्य इच्छा शक्ति का प्रतीक है। दिद्या का जन्म 1924 ईस्वी में हुआ था। बचपन से ही शारीरिक रूप से कमजोर थी। उनकी एक टांग विकलांग थी, लेकिन इस कमजोरी को उन्होंने कभी अपनी शक्ति पर हावी नहीं होने दिया। उनका मनोबल इतना दृढ़ था कि उन्होंने अपने जीवन को एक चुनौतीपूर्ण किंतु प्रेरणादायक यात्रा बना दिया। वह लोहारा वंश की राजकुमारी थी और कश्मीर के राजा क्षेम गुप्त से उनका विवाह हुआ था। विवाह के बाद वे कश्मीर की रानी बनी। क्षेम गुप्त की मृत्यु के बाद दिद्दा ने शासन की बागडोर अपने हाथों में ली। प्रारंभिक रूप में उन्होंने अपने पुत्र अभिमन्यु के साथ शासन किया। 1975 ईस्वी में पुत्र अभिमन्यु की मृत्यु हो गई और दिद्दा ने अपने पोते नरेंद्र गुप्त, त्रिभुवन गुप्त और भीम गुप्त को क्रमशः गद्दी पे बिठाया, परंतु वास्तविक सत्ता उनके हाथ में ही थी। एंड जल्द ही उन्होंने राजनीतिक क्षमता और कठोर निर्णय से इस पूरे क्षेत्र को एक वास्तविक सत्ता का केंद्र बना दिया। दिद्दा का शासन काल लगभग 22 वर्ष तक चला। इस दौरान उन्होंने अनेक षड्यंत्रों व विरोधों का सामना किया। दरबार में उनके खिलाफ कई बार विद्रोह हुए, परंतु उन्होंने अपनी चतुराई और कठोर नीतियों के साथ उन सभी को परास्त किया। कहा जाता है कि उन्होंने अपने विरोधियों को समाप्त करने के लिए कोई भी एक्चुअली संकोच नहीं किया, चाहे वो दरबारी हो या उनके रिश्तेदार। और अगर उनके प्रशासनिक सुधार की बात की जाए तो वो भी काफी बड़े उन्होंने उस समय किए थे, जैसे कि कर व्यवस्था को सुदृढ़ किया और सेना को संगठित किया, सीमाओं की सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित की। और उन्होंने सबसे बड़ी अगर उपलब्धि मानी जाए तो उन्होंने कश्मीर को राजनीतिक अस्थिरता से बाहर निकाला और राज्य को एक मजबूत प्रशासनिक ढांचे में ढाला। उन्होंने यह व्यवस्था को सुदृढ़ किया और कश्मीर की जो सीमाएं हैं उसको भी सुरक्षित किया। दिद्दा का शासन काल अगर कई इतिहासकार बोलते हैं कठोर था, परंतु प्रभावी भी था। उन्होंने ये साबित किया कि एक महिला चाहे शारीरिक रूप से कमजोर ही क्यों ना हो, दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति, बुद्धिमत्ता से पूरे राज्य को संभाल सकती है। उनके शासन के बाद कश्मीर में लोहारा वंश की नींव और भी मजबूत हो गई। और यदि आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो कृपा करके बताइए कि आप किस शहर से जुड़े हैं और किस भाषा में इस वीडियो को देख रहे हैं। इससे हमारे चैनल की पहुंच को समझने में हमें मदद मिलेगी। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं और इस चर्चा को आगे और बढ़ाते हैं। इतिहासकार जो हैं वो मानते हैं, कई इतिहासकार मानते हैं कि दिद्दा काफी निर्दयी शासक थी। तो कभी वो ये भी बताते हैं कि वो दूरदर्शी नेता भी थी। लेकिन इसमें कोई संदेह नहीं कि दिद्दा ने कश्मीर के इतिहास में अपनी अमिट छाप छोड़ी। उनकी कहानी हमें सिखाती है कि परिस्थितियां चाहे कितनी भी कठोर क्यों ना हो, साहस दृढ़ता से उन्हें बदला जा सकता है। रानी दिद्दा का जीवन हमें यह भी सिखाता है कि शक्ति शारीरिक सामर्थ्य में नहीं बल्कि दृढ़ संकल्प, दूरदर्शिता में निहित होती है। विकलांगता के बावजूद उन्होंने कश्मीर की सत्ता संभाली, षड्यंत्रों को परास्त किया और राज्य की स्थिरता बनाए रखी। उनके शासन काल ने यह प्रमाणित किया कि महिला भी कठोर निर्णय लेकर इतिहास की धारा बदल सकती है। अगर देखा जाए तो दिद्दा की कहानी साहस और नेतृत्व की है, जिसने अमिट छाप कश्मीर के इतिहास पर छोड़ी है। कभी कई लोग उनको निर्दयी कहते हैं, कई दूरदर्शी कहते हैं, लेकिन उनकी गाथा हमें ये प्रेरणा देती है कि कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी यदि मनोबल अडिग रहे तो असंभव को भी संभव किया जा सकता है। तो अब हम अपनी चर्चा के अंत तक पहुंच चुके हैं। कृपा करके हमारे चैनल को लाइक और सब्सक्राइब कीजिए और विषय पर अगर आपकी कोई टिप्पणी हो तो उसको भी हमारे साथ साझा कीजिए। अब हम ये समाप्त करते हैं आज की मुलाकात। आपसे फिर बहुत जल्द मुलाकात होगी। तब तक अपना ख्याल रखिए। नमस्कार।
Stop! Before you hit the delete channel button or give up on your next upload, you need to watch this. Most creators quit YouTube exactly 3 feet from the gold. They see flat lines in their analytics and assume they are failing. But in reality, they are simply in a ghost phase, the period where the algorithm tests your consistency and your skills are being sharpened for the big break. In this video, we dive deep into the psychology of the content creation and why zero views might actually be your biggest competitive advantage. How? Let us discuss this further. You are checking your phone again. It's been 3 hours since you uploaded your latest video and the one you spent all weekend editing. You have refreshed the studio app 10 times and the number hasn't budged. 4 views, 2 of which were probably you. The thought starts creeping in. Is this even worth it? You see other creators blowing up overnight and you feel like you are shouting into a void. You are ready already to quit, but before you hit that delete channel button, I need you to understand one thing. You aren't failing. You are actually in the most important phase of your journey. Most creators quit exactly 3 feet from the goal. Today I'm going to show you why nobody is watching is actually your secret weapon and why your biggest breakthrough is like hidden right behind the urge to give up. Let's dive in. But before, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. I would also know who's watching and who's not. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's address the elephant in the room, which is the algorithm. We talk about it like it's a sentient being that hates us. It doesn't, but it's a system built on trust. When you are a new creator or you're trying to pivot, you enter what I call the ghost phase. Think about it. Why would YouTube push your content to millions of people if you are only person you can stay consistent for only 2 weeks? The algorithm is testing 2 things, your competence and your consistency. During this ghost phase, you have a massive advantage that no big creator has, which is freedom to fail. When nobody is watching, you can experiment, you can find your voice, you can mess up the lighting, and you can make terrible jokes without hundreds and thousands of people judging you. This is your training ground. You are not being ignored, you are being incubated. This is the concept from the book Atomic Habits called the plateau of latent potential. We expect progress to be in a straight line up. We think if I put in X amount of work, I should see X amount of views. But the growth on YouTube is exponential, not linear. You spend months, maybe years working in the valley of disappointment, and this is where you're putting in the work, but the result aren't showing yet. You are building the foundation. It's like bamboo tree. It grows underground for 5 years, developing a massive root system, and then it shoots up 80 feet in 6 weeks. So if you quit during the root building phase, the tree will never grow. Every video you make into a flop is actually a root. It's a data point. It's a lesson. It's one step closer to the 80-foot breakthrough. So why do most creators quit right before they win? It's because of the psychological phenomena called cognitive friction. The effort required to make a video feels much higher than the reward of 10 views. To survive this, you have to shift your win condition. If your win condition is to get 1000 views, you get 50, you feel like as if you have lost it. You feel defeated. But if you win condition is like getting 1% better at color grading or write a more compelling hook, or you do that, you have won already, right? I mean, if you do all of these core competencies, regardless of the view counts, don't you think so? Winning on YouTube is a war of attrition. The pros aren't necessarily the most talented people on the platform. They are the one who refuse to go away. They stayed in the game long enough for the luck to find them. Because on YouTube, luck is just where the preparation meets the long enough timeline. Now, as a disclaimer, I'm not saying that you should keep doing exactly the same thing if it is not working. There is a difference between quitting and pivoting. If you have made 50 videos and they all have 0 views, don't quit YouTube. Change your strategy. Maybe your thumbnails are weak, maybe your intros are too slow. Use the silence to audit yourself. When nobody is watching, you have the lowest stakes possible to reinvent yourself. Don't you think so? So ask yourself, am I making content for me, or am I making content that solves a problem or provide value for someone else? Once you align your passion with audience's need, the nobody watching problem start to disappear. The hardest part of YouTube isn't the editing or the SEO. It is the mental game. It is showing up on Tuesday morning to film a video when your last 3 uploads tanked. But remember this, every major creator you admire today, from Mr. Beast to MKBHD, had a period where they were talking, making videos, but generating zero interest, 0 views. They felt exactly how you feel right now. The only difference between them and millions of abandoned channels is that they decided to post one more time. Your breakout video is already in your head. It's coming. It's going to come. Definitely. But you can't find it cannot find you if you weren't there to upload it, right? So don't quit. Just get 1% better today. So friends, what do you think? If you have any question or if you want to know more, please leave a comment below and I will see you again in the next one. Before I take your leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
For years, Anthropic Claude was known for as a conversational powerhouse on AI that could reason, that could assist, and also solve the complex tasks. But today, in 2026, the company has decided to redraw the boundaries of creativity. With the debut of Claude Design, Anthropic actually has stepped boldly into the visual arena, and where it offers the tool that transform and to the plain language into a polished and presentation, prototype and marketing visual. This is not just another AI feature, but it is reimagination of how the idea takes shape. No templates, no plain canvases, just words flowing into images. For entrepreneurs, for educators and the creators, Claude Design promises speed and accessibility. And for a design industry, it raises the questions about the originality and artistry and the role of human imagination in the era of machine learning, machine marketing, visual. So let's find out more about this.
नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है और आज हम डिस्कस करेंगे कि जो मार्केट वोलेटिलिटी है या ग्लोबल अनसर्टेनिटी है या कांस्टेंट डिसरप्शन जो हमारे बिजनेस में होते रहते हैं, इसके होते हुए एक लीडर, एक सीईओ अपनी ट्रू स्ट्रेंथ को कैसे महसूस कर सकता है। तो इस बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट सवाल का आंसर ढूंढेंगे हम, भगवत गीता का सहारा लेंगे और इसमें देखेंगे कि ये हमें क्या एडवाइस भगवत गीता हमें देती है। ऑलराइट, हम ये डिस्कवर करेंगे कि कोई ऐसा मॉडल है जो हमारे को बहुत शक्तिशाली बना देता है, इनडिस्ट्रक्टिबल बना देता है और ऐसा हमको बना देता है कि हम किसी चीज से विचलित नहीं होते हैं। तो ये बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है आज के परिप्रेक्ष्य में, स्पेशली सारे लीडर्स के लिए। तो कहीं मत जाइएगा क्योंकि ये बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग हम डिस्कशन करने वाले हैं। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। तो दोस्तों, आपका फिर से स्वागत है और हम इस एपिसोड में एंशिएंट विजडम जो हमारे भगवत गीता में मेंशन्ड है उसका सहारा लेंगे और हम जानेंगे कि जो लीडर्स होते हैं वो कैसे हाई प्रेशर लैंडस्केप के अंदर 2026 में, क्योंकि बहुत हाई प्रेशर है, बहुत सारे रेगुलेशंस हैं, बहुत सारे नई तरह से बिजनेस करना है। तो इसमें जो लीडर्स हैं, आज के हमारे जो लीडर्स हैं या आप हैं या सीईओज हैं, ये कैसे अपनी रेजिलिएंट, अपने सॉफ्ट स्किल को इतना बढ़ा सकते हैं कि वो एक जो स्किल है आपका उसको बिल्कुल इंडिस्ट्रक्टिबल बना देगा आपको। तो हम इस चीज का विश्लेषण करेंगे आज और हम ये जो इसका आंसर ढूंढेंगे भगवत गीता के चैप्टर 2 वर्स 23 से। ये वर्स है, बहुत ही छोटा सा वर्स है, बहुत ही 2 लाइनों का इसमें श्लोक है ये। इसमें भगवान कृष्ण एक्सप्लेन कर रहे हैं अर्जुन को, जब अर्जुन अपने कुरुक्षेत्र में बैठे हैं और एक ये मास्टर क्लास की तरह ये डिलीवर किया गया है। और इसमें ये बताया गया है कि इस वर्स के अंदर कि आप कैसे अपने आप को साइकोलॉजिकली स्टेबल बना सकते हैं। ये बहुत ही जरूरी है क्योंकि अगर आप किसी बोर्ड रूम में जा रहे हैं और आप साइकोलॉजिकल स्टेबल नहीं है, आपको कोई चीज परेशान कर रही है, तो आप वहां पे फेल हो जाते हैं। तो दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो बताइए कि आप किस सिटी से हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं और किस भाषा में आप हमारे वीडियो देखते हैं। चलिए हम आगे बढ़ते हैं। जो ये वर्ड्स है, ये जो श्लोक है, ये कहता है कि जो हमारी आत्मा है, जो हमारा सेल्फ है, ये एक किसी भी हथियार से डिस्ट्रॉय नहीं किया जा सकता, आग में जलाया नहीं जा सकता, पानी से इसको गीला नहीं किया जा सकता और ना ही हवा से इसको उड़ाया नहीं जा सकता। तो अगर इसको आप प्रथम दृष्टि में देखेंगे, फर्स्ट क्लास, तो ऐसा लगता है कि ये कोई मेटाफिजिकल स्टेटमेंट है। लेकिन मॉडर्न एग्जीक्यूटिव के लिए, जो आज के सीईओ हैं, उसके लिए ये क्या वैल्यू रखता है। लेकिन इसको आप ध्यान से पढ़ेंगे, हम इसको डिकोड भी करेंगे। ये एक साइकोलॉजिकल ब्लूप्रिंट है जिसमें भगवान कृष्ण अर्जुन को सिखा रहे हैं कि जो आपकी जो कोर कैपेसिटी है डिसीजन मेकिंग की या जजमेंट लेने की, ये कैसे आप अपने जो जजमेंट लेने की जो इंडिपेंडेंस है आपके दिमाग में, ये एक्सटर्नल जो थ्रेट्स होती हैं उससे इफेक्ट होता है। तो कैसे आप अपने आप को बचा सकते हैं। और प्रोफेशनल लाइफ में हमारे जो एक्सटर्नल थ्रेट्स हैं वो क्या क्या हो सकते हैं। देखिए, क्रिटिसिज्म हो सकता है, मार्केट में आग लगी है, आग लगी है, हर चीज खराब हो रही है, कोई बिक रहा है, कुछ नहीं बिक रहा है, तो मार्केट का डेटा वो एक एक्सटर्नल हो सकता है। और रेगुलेटरी चेंजेस एक एक्सटर्नल इनपुट हो सकते हैं, क्योंकि रेगुलेटरी चेंजेस होते हैं, रियलिटी है लाइफ की कि जो गवर्नमेंट है किसी भी देश में, वो कभी भी अपने हिसाब से वो रेगुलेशन को बदल देते हैं। तो हमें बिजनेस को ये हमेशा इनपुट रहता है कि कुछ ना कुछ उथल पुथल हो रही है। और दूसरा लास्ट में क्या होता है, इकोनॉमिक वॉलेटिलिटी। इन सब के बावजूद जो इकोनॉमी है वो हमारे हाथ में होती नहीं है, ये तो यूनिवर्स अपने आप ही मेंटेन करता है इस चीज को। तो जो ये वर्ड्स है ये बताता है, एक बहुत स्टेबल देता है कि ऐसी कोई चीज है जो ना आग में जलाई जा सकती है, ना उसको हवा उड़ा सकता है, ना पानी गीला कर सकता है, ना कोई उसको वेपन डिस्ट्रॉय कर सकता है। तो इससे हम कैसे इंस्पायर हो और हम अपने जो हमारा जो बिजनेस वर्ल्ड है उसमें कैसे इसको उतारें। तो सबसे पहला जो सीख है, इससे हमें जो ड्राइव करते हैं वो है ये है कि हम अपनी जो आइडेंटिटी है वो आउटकम से अलग रखें। मतलब हमारी जो आइडेंटिटी है वो हमारे एक्सटर्नल जो सोर्सेज हैं, जैसे कि मैंने बताया बहुत सारी चीज़ें हो सकती हैं, उनसे हम उनसे हम अलग हैं। जैसे कि कोई प्रोजेक्ट फेल हो गया, तो जो लीडर है उस प्रोजेक्ट को लीड कर रहा है, वो उसको लगेगा कि यार मेरा तो सब खत्म हो गया, तो पर्सनल डिफीट जैसा लगता है। तो गीता हमें इस चीज का ज्ञान देती है कि पर्सनल डिफीट या पर्सनल विक्ट्री से हम विचलित नहीं होना चाहिए, हमें विचलित नहीं होना चाहिए, और हमारी जो इंटेग्रिटी विजन है वो काफी लॉन्ग टर्म होना चाहिए। तो जो कभी हमारी विक्ट्री होती है, कभी हमारा फेलियर होता है, उससे ना हम बहुत ज्यादा खुश हो और ना हो बहुत ज्यादा दुखी। दूसरा बताया गया है इसके अंदर जो हमें सीख मिलती है वो ये है, मेंटेनिंग इक्विनामिटी। ये हमें बताता है कि हम जो इनर सेल्फ है, जैसे मैंने बताया कि जो हमारा जो इनर जो हमारी पर्सनालिटी है वो स्टेबल रहना चाहिए, एक स्ट्रेट लाइन पे ही रहना चाहिए, ना ज़्यादा खुश होना चाहिए ना ज़्यादा दुखी होना चाहिए। और उससे क्या होता है कि जब जब हम किसी से विचलित नहीं होते, तो हम कोई भी परेशानी जो आती है उसको हम बहुत आराम से और उसको सोच समझ के सूझबूझ के साथ उसको हैंडल कर सकते हैं। और तीसरा इसमें जो सीख मिलती है, अनबर्नेबल माइंडसेट। आपको जो माइंडसेट है जो किसी भी तूफान को झेल सकता है, मतलब बोलते हैं ना इंग्लिश में कि थ्रो एनीथिंग एट मी, तो उस चीज को आप मतलब आप झेल सकते हैं और आपको इसका फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। तो आप कुछ भी आपको इफेक्ट नहीं करता है, इस वजह से आप एक रेजिलिएंट लीडर बन जाते हैं और अपनी कंपनी को, अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को टर्बुलेंट टाइम्स के अंदर अच्छी तरह लीड कर सकते हैं। तो ये सबसे बड़ा जो ऑब्स्टिकल आपको महसूस होगा, ये तीन चीजें हमने सीखी इस श्लोक में, लेकिन सबसे बड़ा जो ऑब्स्टिकल इस श्लोक के से जो निकल के आता है वो है, जो हमें रेजिलिएंट बनने से रोकता है, वो है हमारी ईगो। जो हमारी ईगो है वो हमेशा या तो किसी ना किसी आउटकम से जुड़ी रहती है। जैसे कि हमारे टाइटल्स हैं, हम प्रेसिडेंट हैं, हम वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हैं, हम सीईओ हैं, हम हेड ऑफ सो एंड सो है। एक ये ईगो हो जाता है। एक हमारा स्टॉक प्राइसेस, कि हमने इतना अच्छा काम किया, हमारी कंपनी का प्राइस बहुत ऊपर जा रहा है, हमारी खुद की रेपुटेशन। तो ये जो वर्ड्स है ये आपको बोलता है कि ईगो अगर आप इसमें लाएंगे तो ये सारी चीजें जैसे फायर, विंड, वेपन्स, ये आपको इफेक्ट करेंगे, मतलब आप रेजिलियंस खो देंगे। तो आपको ईगो बिल्कुल निकाल देनी है, अपने आप को बिल्कुल ग्राउंडेड करना है। और ग्राउंडेड करके गीता आपको ये नहीं बोलता कि आप चले जाइए जंगल में, आपको बोलता है कि आप पहले ग्राउंडेड हो जाइए, बिकम इंडिस्ट्रक्टिबल, और उसके बाद अपने धर्म का पालन करें। आपका धर्म क्या है? आपका धर्म है अपनी कंपनी को, अपने एम्प्लॉयज को, अपने कस्टमर्स को वैल्यू देना। ये आपका धर्म माना जाता है गीता के अनुसार। तो आप अपने रेजिलियंस को बढ़ाएं, एक दीवार की तरह बन जाएं, ना ज्यादा खुश हो ना ज्यादा दुखी, ना कोई आपको विचलित कर सके, ना आपको कोई मार्केट टर्बुलेंट जो भी इंफॉर्मेशन है वो आपको हिला सके, कुछ भी आपको इफेक्ट ना करे। आप बन जाएंगे एग्जीक्यूटिव रेजिलियंस के मसीहा, एक बहुत बड़े स्ट्रांग, मेंटली स्ट्रांग एक लीडर बन जाएंगे। चलिए, ये तो बात होगी। अब आप इसको प्रैक्टिस कैसे करें? मतलब एक दिन में तो आप इसको कर नहीं सकते हैं, आपको पूरा अपना जो माइंड है वो चेंज करना पड़ेगा। तो पहली जो सीख है वो है कि आप सुबह मॉर्निंग चेक इन करें। मॉर्निंग चेक इन मतलब कैसे करेंगे कि अगर कोई इंपॉर्टेंट मीटिंग आपकी स्टार्ट होने वाली है, तो आप 1 मिनट का समय अपने आप को दें और ये सोचें कि आज किस तरह से मैं हैंडल करूंगा और कैसे मैं अपने आप को ग्राउंडेड रखूंगा, कुछ भी फ्लक्चुएशन होता रहे मार्केट में और आपके बिजनेस में, लेकिन आपका जो लेवल है वो स्टेबल रहना चाहिए। दूसरा, आपको क्या प्रैक्टिस करना है? न्यूट्रल ऑब्जर्वेशन। आप किसी भी क्राइसिस को देखेंगे तो उसको न्यूट्रलिटी से देखेंगे, बायस होके नहीं देखेंगे कि ये मेरा है ये तेरा है, ऐसा करके नहीं देखेंगे। और ये मेरे साथ ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है, और बहुत तरह की बातें होती हैं। लेकिन आप ऐसा समझ के देखेंगे कि आप जज हैं, जज जूरी, और अपने आप को ऐसे न्यूट्रल पार्टी रख के फिर आप देखेंगे किसी भी इंसिडेंट को, तो आप अच्छा डिसीजन ले पाएंगे। फिर आपको कोई मार्केट फोर्सेस या कुछ इवेंट या फायर, विंड, कोई भी आपको हिला नहीं पाएगी और आप आराम से सोल्यूशन निकालते हुए, नेविगेट करते हुए प्रॉब्लम से अपने आप को और अपनी कंपनी को बाहर ले जाएंगे। तीसरा सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है आउटकम डिटैचमेंट, मतलब कि जो रिजल्ट है उससे आप अटैच ना हो, ये ना कहें कि ये मैंने किया है, राइट। भगवत गीता आपको इस चीज का ज्ञान देती है कि आपका धर्म है, आपका जो एक्शन है आपका धर्म है, तो आपको एक्शन पूरा फुल फ्लेज करना है, लेकिन ये कभी नहीं बोलना है कि ये मैंने एक्शन लिया इस वजह से ऐसा हुआ, क्योंकि ये तो यूनिवर्स देता है आपको। तो आपको अपने एंड रिजल्ट से डिटैच अपने आप को रखना है। एंड जिस तरीके से आप हर वीक आप आगे बढ़ेंगे अपने करियर के अंदर, आपको ये रिमेंबर करना है कि कैसे आपको ये जो अनवेवरिंग स्ट्रेंथ है आपकी आत्मा की, आपके पर्सनालिटी की, ये कभी भी ढीली नहीं पड़नी चाहिए। और इस वजह से आपके ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस आपको देखेगी, आपके जो एम्प्लॉयज़ हैं आपको देखेंगे, दे विल रिकग्नाइज यू एज ए लीडर। और इसकी वजह से ये काफ़ी इम्पॉर्टेंट हो जाता है ये वर्ड्स, क्योंकि इससे काफ़ी सीख मिलती है। तो दोस्तों, आपके कोई भी सवाल हैं तो ज़रूर लिखिए, और मैं अंत में यही बोलूँगा कि आगे बढ़िए क्लैरिटी के साथ और लीड विद योर सेंटर। तो मैं आपसे अगले वीडियो में फिर से मिलता हूँ, तब तक के लिए आपका दिन शुभ हो। नमस्कार। नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। और हर रोज की तरह हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे भगवान की पूजा करके। तो आज तो शुक्रवार है, आज का दिन देवी जी के लिए समर्पित है, माँ लक्ष्मी के लिए। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे लक्ष्मी जी की पूजा करके। एज ऑलवेज मैंने एक काउंटर लिया हुआ है, ये मुझे सहायता करता है जाप करने में। हम एक छोटे से मंत्र का 11 दफ़ा उच्चारण करेंगे, रिसाइटेशन करेंगे। आप हमारे साथ जुड़ें और इस छोटे से मंत्र का हमारे साथ जोड़ के रिसाइटेशन करें, आपको काफ़ी फायदा होगा। तो चलिए हाथ जोड़ लीजिए, लक्ष्मी जी का नमन कर लीजिए और मेरे साथ रिपीट करिए। 11 दफ़ा करना है, ध्यान रहे। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री 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 सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। तो इसके साथ हमारे 11 दफ़ा रिसाइटेशन लक्ष्मी जी का जो जाप हमने किया वो संपन्न हुआ, और अब हम अपना दिन शुरू कर सकते हैं। आपका भी दिन शुभ रहे। तो इसी कामना के साथ हम ये इस वीडियो को समाप्त करते हैं, लेकिन जल्दी ही मिलते हैं दूसरे वीडियो में। In a groundbreaking discovery, astronomers have captured a rare cosmic handshake. Two blazing quasars in the process of merging. Located billions of light years away, these luminous monsters are powered by supermassive black holes that are spiraling towards each other, destined to become a single, even more powerful and massive entity. What is going on here? Let us explore this further. Imagine looking at a single point of light in the night sky, a light so bright it outshines the entire galaxy of hundreds of billions of stars. Now imagine looking closer and realizing that the single point isn't one object, it's two, and they are rushing towards each other at millions of miles per hour. Astronomers have just confirmed one of the rarest sights in our universe, a pair of blazing quasars caught in the middle of chaotic, violent merger. This isn't just a pretty light show. It is a snapshot of the early universe, a time when the galaxies were still young and messy. Today we are going to peel back the layers of this discovery. We will talk about what is quasar actually is, how we found these two needle and haystack twins, and why this discovery might be a crystal ball looking into the future of our own Milky Way. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Before we can understand the collision, we have to understand the titans involved here. The word quasar, which is in short for quasi-stellar radio source, to the early telescope of the 1960s, they looked like stars, but they behaved like monsters. At the heart of every quasar is a supermassive black hole, but the black hole itself isn't the light you see. Black hole by definition don't let light escape. Instead, the glow came from the accretion disk, and as the black hole's gravity pull in massive amount of gas, dust, and even entire stars, that material spins around the center like water goes down the drain. The friction and the gravity heat this material to millions of degrees, causing it to glow with more energy than thousands of galaxies combined. They are the ultimate cosmic lighthouses, visible from very edge of the observable universe. When we see a quasar, we are seeing a black hole that is feeding. Finding a single quasar is hard. Finding two that are merging is nearly impossible. Why? Because they are so far away that they are usually appear as single blurry dot. But recently, a team of astronomers using the Gaia Space Observatory noticed something strange. Gaia is designed to track the positions of stars with incredible precision. While looking at the known quasars, they noticed a jiggle. The light wasn't moving in space, but its intensity was flickering back and forth between 2 points, like a railroad crossing signal seen from a distance. To confirm their suspicions, they called in the big guns, the Hubble Space Telescope and the Gemini North Telescope in Hawaii. Hubble's sharp eyes revealed that this wasn't just a trick of light or gravitational lensing, where a closer galaxy acts as a magnifying glass. No, these were two distinct massive galaxies, each with its own feeding black holes at the center, physically bound by gravity. They are currently separated by only about 10,000 light years, which in cosmic terms is like two people standing on opposite sides of the living room. This specific pair of quasars is special because of when we are seeing them, because the light takes time to travel. Looking deep into space is like looking back in time. We are seeing these quasars as they were just 900 million years after the Big Bang. This puts them squarely in the epoch of reionization. This was the cosmic dawn, the era when the very first stars and galaxies were turning on and clearly, moving away from the cold, dark hydrogen fog that filled the early universe. Seeing two quasars merging this early tells us that supermassive black holes didn't just grow slowly over billions of years, they grew through violence. They grew by eating each other. This discovery helps scientists refine their simulations of how the universe evolved from a hot soup of particles into a structured web of galaxies that we see today. You might be wondering, that's 12 billion years ago. Why does it matter to us now? Well, the Great Cosmic Collision is a preview of our own destiny. Right now, our galaxy, the Milky Way, is on a collision course with our neighbor, the Andromeda Galaxy. In about 4 to 5 billion years, our two galaxies will begin the same dance these quasars are doing right now. Our own central black hole Sagittarius A star, which is currently quiet and not feeding, might wake up during the merger. And as from gas from the Andromeda gets shoved into our galactical center, our black hole could ignite, turning a Milky Way into a blazing quasar for an distant alien astronomers to see. The two quasars we're talking about today have likely already finished their merger, in the now of the universe, they are probably one single gargantuan elliptical galaxy with one massive black hole at its core. We are just not catching the echoes of their ancient battle. It reminds us that the universe is not static place. It's a dynamic, evolving, and often violent masterpiece. Every time we find a pair like this, we add another piece to the puzzle of where we came from, where the cosmos is going, etc. So friends, thanks for joining in on this journey across space and time. If you want to keep exploring the wonders of the universe, make sure to hit the subscribe button. Until next time, please keep looking up. Before I part ways, a word from our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज शनिवार का दिन है और आप सबको पता होगा कि जो शनिवार का दिन होता है वो कर्म के स्वामी शनि जी को समर्पित होता है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले हम भगवान की स्तुति करेंगे, भगवान शनि महाराज की हम वंदना करेंगे। और आप जैसे जानते हैं कि एक छोटा सा मंत्र हम पढ़ेंगे, इसको 11 दफ़ा करेंगे और 11 दफ़ा करने के लिए आप हमारे साथ जुड़ें। और हम इस काउंटर का इस्तेमाल करते हैं हमेशा की तरह। आप जैसा मर्जी आप गिन सकते हैं, आप माला का इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं, आप अपने मन में भी गिन सकते हैं, लेकिन 11 दफ़ा करें अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले। आज शनिवार को, हर शनिवार को आप शनि जी का ध्यान करें। चलिए हाथ जोड़ के नमन करते हैं और उनकी आराधना हम शुरू करते हैं। ओम शन शनश्चरे नमः। 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 ओम शन शनश्चर्ये नमः। ओम शन शनश्चर्ये नमः। ओम शन शनश्चर्ये नमः। तो दोस्तों 11 दफ़ा हमने आज भगवान शनि महाराज, जो कर्म के देवता होते हैं, आपके लाभ और आपके जो ट्रेजेक्टरी है उसके स्वामी शनि होते हैं। तो हमेशा अपना काम शुरू करने से पहले, स्पेशली शनिवार के दिन, भगवान की जरूर प्रार्थना कर लें। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। आपका दिन शुभ हो। तब तक के लिए मैं आपसे इजाजत लेता हूं। अगले ही वीडियो में जल्दी ही मिलता हूं, कहीं मत जाएगा। नमस्कार। For decades, the thick yellow-orange clouds of Venus have hidden a secret. While we have understood the upper atmosphere, the lower haze has remained one of the planetary science's greatest enigma until now. In this video, we dive into the groundbreaking discovery that reveals the true source of this mysterious layer, which is cosmic dust. Let's go and find this out. Venus is often called as Earth's evil twin. At first glance, it is the same size, has the same composition, and sits right next door in our solar system. But beneath that beautiful glowing facade lies a nightmare. Surface temperature hot enough to melt lead, atmospheric pressures that would crush a submarine, and thick cloud of corrosive sulfuric acid. For over 50 years since the first probe, like the US, beg your pardon, Soviet Venera and NASA's Pioneer Venus descended into the toxic soup, scientists have been haunted by the specific mystery. Most of the Venus's clouds sit between 47 and 70 kilometers up, but deep below the cloud cover in the lower haze, there is a layer of mysterious particles that shouldn't be there by all accounts. And what causes these particles to float in that area, it was a mystery. So what created them? Why won't they go away? For half a century, we had no answers. But today, in 2026, a team of researchers from Thokowu University and the Royal Belgian Institute for Space Astronomy has finally cracked the case. And the answer didn't come from the volcanoes of Venus, it came from the stars. To understand the discovery, we have to understand why the lower haze is so enigmatic in the first place. Friends, if you have reached this far, please inform from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. On Earth, clouds are simple. Water evaporates, condenses, and eventually fall as rain. On Venus, it's a cycle of sulfur. Sulfuric acid clouds dominate the upper atmosphere. However, as you go deeper towards the surface, the temperature skyrockets. By the time you get below 47 kilometers, it becomes so hot that sulfuric acid cannot exist as a liquid droplet. It evaporates into gas. Logically, the clouds should just stop, but they don't. Probes descending through this kill zone in the year 1970 and it is detected a persistent ghostly haze of solid particles. For decades, the theories flew. Was it volcanic ash being kicked up from the surface? Was it some strange chemical reaction? We didn't understand at all. None of these models worked. The math never added up until Hiroki Karayu and his team decided to look at what Venus was eating from space. Every day, every planet in our solar system is bombarded by cosmic dust, tiny fragments left behind by the comets and colliding asteroids. We see these on Earth as shooting stars. When these meteors hit an atmosphere, they burn up, creating what scientists call meteoric smoke. These are nanometer sized mineral particles, essentially tiny bits of iron, magnesium, and silicon. The search team and the research team used a state-of-the-art microphysical model to trace the life cycle of these particles as they enter the Venusian atmosphere. Here is the aha moment. As this cosmic dust drifts down from top of the atmosphere, it enters the sulfuric acid cloud deck. Instead of just passing through these tiny mineral bits as nuclei, essentially the seeds that sulfuric acid droplets grow around, but then the particles keep falling. They reach that 47-kilometer mark where the heat becomes unbearable. The sulfuric acid shell evaporates away, but the solid mineral core, which is the cosmic dust, remains. This is where the mystery is truly solved. When the acid evaporates, it leaves behind these naked mineral cores. Because the atmosphere at this depth is so dense, these tiny particles start bumping into each other at very high rate. They don't just bounce off, they kick, they stick also. Sometimes they kick, move away and collide with other particles. This process is called the coagulation. These tiny grains of stardust clumps together to form larger, more complex particles. This is exactly what the Pioneer Venus probe saw decades ago, the haze of solid, non volatile particles that survived the heat. The team simulation didn't just suggest this could happen. The result matched the decade old data from Venera and the Pioneer probes with startling accuracy. After 50 years, the ghost of Venus has a name. It is the processed remains of billions of shooting stars. So, why does this matter beyond just solving an old puzzle? Because this dust isn't just a passive visitor, it is actively terraforming, or rather, Venus forming the planet's climate. The researchers found that these cosmic seeds increase Venus' total cloud production by 20 to 30%. Without this rain of space dust, Venus might have thinner clouds, which would, fundamentally change how much solar energy the planet reflects and how much heat it traps. Furthermore, these dust particles contains metallic elements like iron. This could finally explain the unknown UV absorber, the mysterious substance in Venus's cloud that sucks up ultraviolet light and has baffled astronomers for nearly a century. If the clouds are salted with iron from space, that explains the UV absorption perfectly. This discovery changes how we look at every planet. If the cosmic dust is shaping the atmosphere of Venus, it is likely doing the same for Jupiter, Saturn, and even distant exoplanets we are just now discovering. But the best part, we won't have to wait another 50 years to confirm this. In late 2020s, NASA Da Vinci mission will plunge through Venusian's atmosphere with most advanced sensors ever built. It will taste the air, measure the dust, and hopefully gives us high definition look at the cosmic haze we finally have understood now. The morning star still has many secrets, but thanks to a little bit of stardust and some brilliant modeling, one of its oldest mystery is finally put to rest. So, friends, we have come to the end, and I see Megha Sharma joining us from LinkedIn, and she is joining us from Delhi. So, Megha Sharma, great, you have informed us about your city. So, friend, we have come to the end of our live stream today. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the vast silence of desert, where the survival seems almost impossible, scientists have uncovered a hidden alliance that rewrites our understanding of endurance. Ancient desert moss, long admired for its ability to cling to the life on a barren soil, has now been found to harbor fungi inside its very cells. This is not a surface level partnership, but a deep cellular embrace possibility of one of the Earth's oldest symbiotic relationship. It is a discovery that stretches back to the dawn of terrestrial life, suggesting that resilience in hostile environment was never a solitary achievement. Moss brought photosynthesis and shelter, and fungi brought biochemical tools to withstand drought and scarcity. Together, they forged a blueprint for survival in extremes, a design that may have been shaped ecosystem across time and that could inspire strategies for life in the harsh world of tomorrow. So let's find out more about this. So in the parched silence of deserts, where the survival is daily negotiation with the heat and scarcity, scientists have uncovered a story written in the smallest of the living thread. Desert moss, a humble pioneer of a barren landscape, has been found to harbor fungi inside its very cells. This is not a casual association, but a deep, intimate partnership, possibly one of the Earth's oldest symbiotic relationships. It is a revelation that stretches our imagination back hundreds of millions of years to a time when a life was still learning how to endure the hardest of the environment. Mosses are among the earliest land plant, and their lineage traces back to the dawn of terrestrial colonizations. They thrive where a few others can, on rocks and in desert and frozen tundra. So their resilience has long been admired. But the discovery of fungi nested within their cells added a new dimension to their survival story. Fungi, with its extraordinary ability to break down the minerals, recycle nutrients, and tolerate extreme, may have been the silent partners in its journey all along. Together, moss and fungi form a living alliances which compensating for the others' vulnerabilities. The moss provides shelter, photosynthesis, and energy. The fungus offer biochemical tools to withstand drought, heat, and nutrient, and definitely scarcity in the harsh environment. So their partnership is not merely biological, or it is not even a curiosity, which is often we all feel and we want to go beyond it. It is an evolutionary strategy. Symbiosis has always been a cornerstone of life's success. So, from the mitochondria in our cell, one free living bacteria, the lichens that paint rock with a color cooperation has repeatedly proven more powerful than competition. The moss fungi bond may represent one of the earliest experiment in its principle, a prototype for survival in a hostile world. It suggests that the adaptation to the desert and the other extreme habitats was not achieved alone but through alliances forged in the microscopic intimacy. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's continue with our discussion. The implication ripple outward. If mosses could endure desert by welcoming fungi into their cells, then perhaps similar strategies allowed plants to colonize barren continents, shaping the ecosystem that would later support animals and eventually humans. It reframes desert not as a lifeless wasteland, but as a crucible of innovation where the life learned to bend without actually breaking. It also hints at how organism might adapt to future extreme weather, climate, and change also on the Earth or colonization of Mars. Partnership like these could be the blueprint for resilience in environments we have yet to face. So there is a poetry in the idea that survival is not about the dominance, but about the companionship. Moss and fungus actually entwined in cellular embrace remind us that the life's oldest lesson is cooperation. So, in their quiet persistence, they carry the echoes of ancient earth, whispers of the strategies that allowed green to shape across the stone and resilience to bloom where none was expected. To study them is a glimpse the architecture of endurance. A design has relevant, even very relevant, actually, in today's environment, as it was the desert of prehistory. So, in the story of desert moss and its hidden fungal partnership, the ending is not a conclusion but a reminder of life's oldest wisdom. What began as a microscopic alliance in the hardest and harshest landscape has endured across the ecos and teaching us that the survival is actually really solitary. So the moss shelter the fungus strengthen the moss, and together they embody resilience in its purest form. So, this discovery is more than a scientific curiosity. Actually, it is a testament of cooperation as the engine of adaptation. In desert, where the heat actually is so hard and so high, and the water vanishes, the moss fungi bond whispers of the ancient strategies that allowed life to persist against impossible odds. It tells us that the endurance is not about standing alone, but about weaving, strengthening through the companionship. So, as we look to the future, towards the changing climates, and even the prospect of life beyond Earth, this ancient partnership become a guide. It shows that the survival in the extreme will depend not on as an isolation or alone, to be alone all the time, but on the collaboration, on alliances that transform the vulnerability into the possibility. Thus, the desert moss and its fungal ally leave us with the quiet but profound message. The oldest story of life are written not in dominance, but in a symbiosis. And its a cellular embrace, we glimpse the timeless architecture of resilience, an inheritance from the past and the blueprint for the future. So, we have come at the end of this discussion about this interesting topic of moss and fungi alliance. So please like and subscribe our channel, and we definitely look forward for your comments on this topic. See you very soon on more good topics, interesting topics for you. See you. Bye-bye.
Well, $60 billion, that's more than the entire valuation of many Fortune 500 companies, right? It's twice what NASA gets in a year, and it is the price tag of a single option. Elon Musk just secured, for SpaceX. Yesterday, the world of aerospace and AI collided. SpaceX officially announced a strategic partnership with Cursor, the AI coding startup that has taken the developer world by storm. But this isn't just a partnership. SpaceX now holds the exclusive right to buy Cursor for 60 billion by the end of 2026. Why would a rocket company, one that just merged with XAI and is targeting a 1.75 trillion IPO, drop that kind of cash on a code editor? Is it just about helping engineers write faster apps, or is this the missing link that finally makes the city on Mars a reality? Today we are deconstructing the SpaceX Cursor deal, the colossal supercomputer, and why the road to the red planet is now paved with billions of lines of AI generated code. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed with our analysis. If you aren't a developer, you might not realize how big Cursor has become. It's a fork of the VS Code, but it has been rebuilt from the ground up with AI at its core. It pioneered what enthusiasts call the vibe coding, the ability to describe a complex feature in plain English and watch the AI architect the entire file structure, logic, and test in seconds. And therefore, we need to consider this statistics. ARR, over 2 billion today, projected to hit 6 billion by year end. And what is the reach? Used by over 50% of the Fortune 500 company. And what is the most important thing? It is not just a chatbot. It is a tool that understands your entire code base. SpaceX isn't just buying a tool. They are buying the distribution channel to the world's best engineers. But there is a catch. SpaceX has two choices: pay 10 billion for a joint development partnership, or pay $60 billion for the whole thing. It's a try before you buy deal at a galactical scale. To understand why this matters, we have to look at the hardware. Back in the February 2026, SpaceX merged with XAI. In that merger, SpaceX inherited Colossus, the world's most powerful AI training cluster running on roughly 1 million NVIDIA H100 equivalents. Before this deal, Cursor was a bottlenecked by the computing power. They were using model from OpenAI and Anthropic. But now Cursor is moving into the SpaceX family. They get direct access to Colossus. Imagine taking the world's most intuitive coding interface and plug-in it to the world's largest supercomputer. We are talking about training a personal super intelligent specifically for engineering. This isn't about building another Grok for Twitter. It's about building an AI that can design a Raptor engine, simulate orbital mechanics, and debug the flight software of a Starship in real time. Elon Musk has often said that the hardest part of Starship isn't that rocket, it is the machine that built the machine. To put a million people on Mars by 2050, you need thousands of starships. You need autonomous propellant plants on Martian surface. You need life support system that never fails. The software complexity required to manage a multi-planetary logistics chain is mind-boggling. Currently, writing that software takes thousands of human engineers and millions of man-hours. But with Cursor integrated into SpaceX stacks, accelerated prototyping will be a reality. AI can generate ground control software for the 2028 lunar mission in a fraction of time. It can also achieve autonomous debugging. On a 6-month journey to Mars, you can't wait for a patch from Earth. The ship's AI need to find a fix on its own and also debug the whole software. Next, it is going to create a stairway to Mars. This acquisition suggests that SpaceX is pivoting from being a launch provider to vertical tech stack. Their own internet, which is Starlink, their own AI, which is XAI. Now it could be Cursor also, and the transport, which is the Starship. Let's talk about money. This deal comes just as SpaceX prepare for its rumored 2026 IPO. Analysts are targeting a listing valuation of 1.75 trillion. By securing Cursor, SpaceX is signaling to Wall Street that they aren't just a transportation company; they are deep tech, combination of various companies. If they can prove that their AI integrated engineering can cut the cost of reaching Mars by 90%, a 60 billion acquisition start to look like a bargain. However, not everyone is convinced. Critics point to the Anthropic shock earlier this year that wiped billions of IT giants. They ask if this a visionary move, or is it another overvaluation in a red hot AI market. Whether SpaceX Cursor buys the Cursor for $60 billion or stay in a $10 billion partnership, one thing is clear: the future of space exploration is no longer just about fuel and physics, it's about intelligence. If Starship is the body that takes us to stars, the AI acquisition is the brain. We are watching the birth of the company that controls the physical and the digital infrastructure of the next century. So, friends, what do you think? Is $60 billion fair price for the key to the red planet? Or is the AI bubble reaching escape velocity? Let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into technology shaping our future. I'm CK and I will see you again in the next one. Before I go, I'd like to say a few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
What if the universe grand finale isn't millions of years away, but lurking closer than we dare to imagine? Quantum physics, with its razor sharp recalculation, is rewriting the cosmic script, hinting that the end of the everything may arise sooner than our star-lit dreams allow. In this dance of particles and probabilities, the cosmos itself trembles and reminding us that the existence is not eternal but executively fragile. So let's find out more about this. For centuries, humanity has gazed into the night sky, wondering not only how the universe began, but how it might end. Now, theories have ranged from eternal expansion to a cyclic rebirth, and each shaped by mathematics of cosmology and the evolving lens of physics. Now, recent recalculation in quantum physics have unsettled this cosmic narrative, suggesting that the universe is ultimate fate may arrive far sooner than once imagined. Now, at the heart of this revelation lies the delicate interplay between quantum mechanics and cosmology. Traditional model relied heavily on Einstein's general relativity, which described the large-scale structure of space-time time and moving forward. Yet that this theory also says that relatively alone cannot account for the strange and probability behavior of particles at the smallest scale. The quantum physics, with its uncertainty in the principle and the wave function, has begun to rewrite the script by applying this quantum correction to cosmological equation. The researchers have found that the lifeline of universal decay, and whether through heat, death, vacuum collapse, or a big rip, may be dramatically shortened. Now, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine our reach of the channel. So, moving forward. So, one recalculation actually focus on quantum vacuum, the seeing energy field that underpin the reality. While once thought to be stable, new models suggest that it may harbor the instabilities that could trigger a catastrophic phase transition. Now imagine space-time itself suddenly reconfiguring like ice melting into the water, but on the cosmic scale, such an event would actually ripple outward and at the speed of light, rewriting the law of physics and its spread. The unsettling implication is that the universe apparent calm may mask a tricking quantum clock. So another line of inquiry actually examined dark energy, the mysterious force driving cosmic expansion. Quantum actually refinement is actually its behavioral hint, and that definitely gives few clues of expansion may accelerate to the destructive extremes. So galaxies, stars, planets, even the atom could eventually be torn apart in a big rip. What was once projected trillions of years into future now appears closer, and perhaps within a fraction of that time scale. So the recalculation do not pinpoint on an exact date, but they shift the horizon from comfortably abstract to hauntingly convincible. So for humanities, these findings are both humbling and inspiring. On one hand, they remind us that our fragility, suspended into universe and whose rules are still being deciphered. On the other hand, they underscore the power of science to illuminate mysteries and once thought unknowable. Now, when we talk about quantum physics with its paradox and probabilities, it is not merely a tool for particle accelerator. It is a key to understand the existence itself. So philosophically, the shortened timeline actually forces us to confront the questions of this meaning. And if the universe is finite and its end nearer than expected, what does that imply for human behavior, human hard work, and human endurance? Some argue that it heightens the urgency of exploration and compelling us to seek new worlds and new knowledge while the time remains. The other see is as a call to cherish the present and to recognize the fleeting beauty of existence and against the backdrop of cosmic impairments or kind of deletion of the existence. Now, in the end, the recalculation do not spell actually say, or it doesn't give a kind of an impression of doom. So much so they also expand the perspectives in all the scenarios. The universe may be more fragile, more dynamic, and more unpredictable. But we imagine, that's what we imagine, and yet within that uncertainty lies wonder. So you will also agree in this concept. To live at the moment with the quantum physics reshapes our understanding of cosmos and is to stand at the edge of revelation. And the stars above are not merely distinct light, they are the markers of stories whose ending may be closer but earlier as we thought. But these meaning is also ours to write and rewrite our future ahead. So the cosmos whisper of sobering truth, and the end may be actually distinct abstraction, but the horizon inches closer with each quantum click and each quantum tick which is happening. Yet within this fragile countdown lies a greatest gift, the chance to marvel, to discover, and to create meaning in the fleeting brilliance of existence. The universe may be finite, but wonder is infinite, and so is a human spirit to explore more, and it is our to carry until the very last of star fates. That's what the exploration, the zeal of living ahead, or finding more finite and or infinite brilliances and in life and in cosmos ahead. So we have come to the end of this video, and thanks for watching. We look forward for your comments on this topic, and please like and subscribe our channel. We'll see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends. By now, we know that the 21-hour marathon peace talk between US and Iran have officially collapsed. What does this mean for the global stability and your wallet as well as mine? Therefore, in this video, we break down the dramatic failure of the Islamabad Peace Summit, where Vice President JD Vance and the Iranian negotiators failed to reach a ceasefire after nearly 21 hours of high-stake diplomacy. Following the expiration of the temporary 2-week ceasefire, the Middle East is now bracing for the return to active hostility and a massive economic ripple effect. Let us discuss this further. It's being called the most consequential 21 hours in the modern diplomacy. In a high-stake hotel room in Islamabad, Pakistan, the world held its breath as the Vice President JD Vance and the Iranian negotiators sat face to face for the first time in decades. What was the goal? The goal was very set: to stop a war that has already crippled global trade and brought the Middle East to its knees. But as of this morning, which is April 13, 2026, the silence from the Serena Hotel was broken by a single devastating sentence from the US delegation: no deal has been reached. The temporary 2 weeks ceasefire has now also expired. The peace deal has collapsed. And as the diplomats head back to the airport, the markets are already reacting. Oil is spiking, gold is hitting record high, and the drums of war are beating louder than ever. Today we dive deep into understanding what exactly is going on, and why the Islamabad Peace Summit failed, and what this means for the global economy as we brace for the fallout. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel, and I will also know who's watching which segment, etc. Now let's proceed further. To understand why this failed, we have to look at the clock. The talks began with a glimmer of hope. President Trump had sent high-powered team headed by Vice President JD Vance, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner. They were meeting an Iranian delegation led by Mohammad Bagher Kalibaf. For 15 hours, the talk were described as expert-level discussions. They were exchanging text, debating the finer points of a 15-point proposal. But by hour 20, the atmosphere completely shifted. US presented, what they called their best and final offer. The core of the American demand was simple: Iran must provide an affirmative commitment to stop all nuclear enrichment and immediately, unconditionally reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The Iran response, they called the demand excessive. Tehran counter-offered with their own 10-point plan, demanding the immediate withdrawal of all US forces from the Middle East and lifting of all sanctions before a single ship moved through the Strait of Hormuz. By 4 a.m. local time, the deadlock was absolute. JD Vance walked out, stating that if the Iranians weren't willing to negotiate in good faith, the US was not, receptive to further stalling. The open hand of diplomacy has been replaced by a closed fist. This isn't just a political failure, it's an economic catastrophe. Why does a meeting in Pakistan matter to someone in New York, London, or Tokyo? There is only one answer, and that is Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is the world's most important oil artery. Currently, it is under an effective stranglehold. During the ceasefire, there was a hope that the blockade could be lifted. Instead, no deal news has sent oil prices into a vertical climb. Analysts at Goldman Sachs and S&P Global are warning that if the hostility resumes, we are looking at a price of $150 per barrel, and this is going to become a reality. But it is not just oil. Let's look at gold. We have seen gold surge over $100 an ounce in mere minutes, hitting record height as investors flee to safer havens. The Gulf economies, nations like Qatar and Kuwait, which rely entirely on the strait are looking at potential recession of up to 5% this year. Supply chain. Let's look at how this will impact supply chain. From semiconductor to food imports, the Middle East, stress test is basically completely failing, and it is going to basically create a major problem for the world. Iran has already struck Amazon data centers in Bahrain and UAE earlier this year. With the peace deal dead, tech giants like Microsoft and Google are reportedly considering their entire presence in the region. We are witnessing the de-globalization of the Middle East in real time. So what happens tomorrow? What happens today? 2 week ceasefire is officially over. President Trump has already stated that he is ready to open the strait with or without Iran's cooperation. On the ground that the situation is volatile, Israel has agreed to talks with Lebanon but refused to speak with Hezbollah. In Iran, hardliners are already claiming victory, saying they forced the US to the table and gave up nothing. Well, military buildup is staggering. The US has erected missiles launchers at Qatari Air Base, and second aircraft carrier is moving into Gulf. On the other side, Iran has deployed advanced Chinese anti-stealth radar system. The Epic Fury war, as some are calling it, as no longer a threat, it's a renewed reality. If a single spark hit a tanker in the next 48 hours, the limited conflict could transform into a regional issue that involves every major power on earth. Diplomacy is a game of red lines, and in Islamabad, both sides finally hit them. The US won't accept a nuclear Iran, Iran won't accept a US policed region. We are entering a period of extreme uncertainty. The failed peace deal of 2026 will likely be remembered as a moment the world realized that the old rules of Middle Eastern diplomacy are officially broken. For now, keep an eye on the oil stickers and the troop movement in Pakistan and also in Oman. The next move won't be made by diplomat in a suit, it will be made by commanders in cockpit. So friends, what do you think? Was the US too rigid in their demands, or is Iran simply playing for the time while the world's economy burns? Let me know in the comments below. This is a developing story, and we will be here to bring you the update as that happens. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon. In a world that's this volatile, staying informed is our only hedge. I'm CK, and I will see you in the next one. Before we go to the next section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
On a planet where silence resigned and the dust storm sculpted the horizon, a robotic explorer has uncovered whispers of possibilities. NASA's Curiosity rover has detected 7 distinct organic molecules, the richest chemical treasure yet found on Mars. Each molecule is a clue, a fragment of story billions of years old, hinting that Red Planet may once have been more than a barren rock. In Gale craters, ancient soil, chemistry speaks, and the echoes sound strikingly like a prelude of life. So let's find out more about this. The Red Planet has always carried with its aura of mystery. A silent world that seems both familiar and alien. For decades, scientists have asked whether Mars once harbored life and whether its barren rocks conceal traces of more vibrant past. Now, the Curiosity rover has delivered a discovery that pushes its questions into sharper focus. The detection of 7 new organic molecules, the most diverse collection yet found on Mars. Organic molecules are the building block of life as we know it. They are not the proof of life in themselves, but they are the chemical kind of hand-holding upon which biology is built. The fact that Curiosity has uncovered such a varied suite of organic suggests that Mars was once far more a chemical rich environment than previously imagined. Each molecule carries with it a whisper of possibilities, a hint that Mars may have been habitable in its distant past. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach. And moving forward on this interesting topic, so the rover's instruments, particularly sample analysis at Mars, SAM suit, have been strikingly actually collecting the data, and it also actually painstakingly analyzing soil and rock sample from Gale crater. This ancient basin carved by water millions of years ago has been considered one of the most promising sites for uncovering the signs of habitability. The detection of these molecules ranging from simple carbon chain to more complex structures adds weight to the idea that Mars once had the right ingredient of life. So, isn't it interesting? So, what makes this discovery remarkable is not just the presence of organics, but their diversity. Previous mission had hinted at organic compound, but often in a limited or degraded form. Now, with the 7 distinct molecules identified, scientists can begin a piece together and a more complete picture of Mars' chemical history. It suggests that planet's surface and subsurface may have hosted a dynamic chemistry, influenced by water, volcanic activities, and perhaps even biological processes. The implication ripples outward. So, if Mars could sustain such chemistry, then the boundary between lifeless rocks and living system becomes thinner. It raises the possibility that microbial life could have emerged, thrived, and perhaps even persisted in hidden niche. It also strengthened the case for the future mission, such as the Mars Samples Return project, to bring these material back to Earth for a deeper analysis. So, beyond the scientific excitement, there is a philosophical resonance. Humanity has long looked to Mars as a mirror, a world that reflects our own questions about existence. The discovery of a diverse organic does not answer the question of life, but it sharpens it actually. So if it also tells us that Mars was not sterilized, or it is not something very distinct and without any, it's a barren land. It tells us that the Mars actually a planet of potential, a world where the chemistry of life was least possible. So as curiosity continues, it slow track across Gale crater, and each drill, sample, and each analysis adds another brushstroke to the canvas of Martian history. The rover, a lone emissary of human curiosity, is revealing that Mars is not just a cold desert, but a planet with a story, one that may intersect with our own. So, in the end, the detection of a 7 organic molecule is more than a scientific milestone. It is a reminder that the universe is filled with possibilities. And even in the silence of distinct world, the echoes of life's potential can be found. So Mars may yet prove to be chapter in the grand narratives of biology, a testament to resilience of chemistry and the universality of life's ingredients. So finally, we have come to the end of this video. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we will see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends. Can ancient wisdom solve the modern leadership crisis? In this executive training session, we dive deep into the Bhagavad Gita to explore the concept of transcendent leadership. The true leadership excellence isn't just about strategy, it's about being. Learn how to cultivate the vision of equality, a state of equanimity where decisions are made free from personal bias, ego, and favoritism. By mastering the divine impartiality, C suite leaders can conquer the cycle of reactive management and establish a culture of trust, innovation, and sustainable success. Let us explore this further. In the modern C suite, we are taught to be decisive, we are taught to be analytical, but how often are we taught to be equal? Every day you face a storm of preferences, you have favorite projects, difficult stakeholders, and team members who either mirror your energy or drain it. This is the cycle of the corporate life. The constant swing between liking and disliking, winning and losing. But what if there are a third way? A way to lead from place so stable that the market volatility cannot shake your inner clarity. 7,000 years ago, Bhagavad Gita identified this state in chapter 5, verse 19, and it says, quote starts, even here in this world, they have conquered creation. Those whose minds are established in equality, since the eternal is defect free and equal, they are established in the eternal. Quote close. Today we call this transcendent leadership. Now, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel, and also I will know who is watching and who is not. The words mention two critical words, equality and impartiality. In business context, impartiality is often taken for being cold or indifferent. That is a misconception. Divine impartiality is not about caring less, it's about seeing more. Most leaders see through a lens of utility. They ask, how is this person useful to me right now? This creates a fragmented organization built on transactional relationship. The transcendent leader, however, sees the eternal in everyone. They recognize that every employee, from the intern to the CFO, is a manifestation of the same underlying potential. When you lead with this vision, you stop reacting to people's personality and start responding to their potential. By being defect free like the eternal, you remove the defects of leadership and also remove biases, nepotism, and ego driven anger. You become the steady point in a turning world. The words claim these leaders have conquered creation. In the boardroom, creation is the project, the product launch, or the quarterly earnings. We usually live in a cycle of various things, starting with attachments, whether this project succeed or if not, then I will not feel successful, right? Next is fear. What if we fail? Third is reaction, micromanagement, or blame somebody else. So transcendental leadership breaks the cycle. When your mind is established in equality, you realize that your worth is not tied to the birth of a success or the death of the failure. Think about most respected leaders that you know, right? They are the ones who stay calm when the stock price drops and stay humble when it soars. They conquered their emotional cycles of the workplace. They are the transcendental leaders. They are actually living on a transcendental situation. They operate from a higher frequency where they can see the solution while everyone else is still panicked by the problem. So friends, how do you apply the verse 5.19 tomorrow morning? And I would like to suggest 3 pillars for you to basically implement this theory in practice, starting with 360-degree human view. That is the first thing that you need to change in your personality. So next time you are in a meeting, consciously look at the person you disagree with most. Remind yourself that their core essence is no different from yours. This doesn't mean that you agree with their strategy. It means you respect their presence. This dissolves hostility and opens the door to genuine negotiations. Second, decision making in the gap. So, that is the second change that you need to bring about. Between a stimulus and your response, there is a gap. Use that gap to ask, am I deciding based on the personal preference, or am I deciding based on the equal good of the organization? Third is relinquish I actor, which is, in other words, is ego. So Bhagavad Gita teaches that the leader is not the sole cause of success. You are a channel. When you share the quality of the divine, you share the credit, you share the wisdom, you share the burden as well. Verse 19 concludes by saying that those who master this equality are established in the eternal. For a leader, this is the ultimate competitive advantage. It is the transcendental situation, a state of high performance peace. You aren't just managing a company, you are mastering yourself. When you lead with impartiality, you don't just build a better business, you build a legacy of wisdom. You become a leader that people don't just follow because of a paycheck, but because your very presence brings clarity to their chaos. The challenge for you today is therefore is simple. Find one situation where you are biased and bring the light of equality to it. Conquer your inner world, and you will inevitably conquer your professional one as well. So, friends, thank you for your presence and your leadership, and thanks for joining live with me. We have come to the end, but before I end, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, is the world on the brink of economic meltdown? In this video, we break down the explosive news as President Trump announces a staggering 50% tariff on Chinese imports. This massive escalation comes on the heel of the collapsed Islamabad Peace Summit, sending shockwaves through global market and intensifying the fear of all-out trade war once again. We dive deep into the geopolitical fallout, the failed negotiations in Pakistan, and what these new trade barriers mean for our wallet, the tech industry, and the future of international relations. Let's go. The diplomatic table has been flipped. What started as a high-stake attempt at the global stabilization in Islamabad has ended in a spectacular public breakdown, and the response from White House, it's an economic earthquake. Now, President Trump has just officially announced a 50% tariff on nearly all Chinese imports. We aren't talking about a negotiating tactics or a minor adjustment anymore. This is the nuclear option of a trade policy. In the next 10 minutes, we are going to peel back the curtain on why the Islamabad Peace Summit failed so catastrophically, how these tariffs will ripple through your bank accounts, and why analysts are calling this the beginning of the most dangerous economic era since the Great Depression. So friends, buckle up. This trade war didn't just restart, it just went nuclear. It just went ballistic. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's continue our analysis. To understand the 50% hammer, we have to look at the wreckage of Islamabad Peace Summit. For weeks, the world watched Pakistan with bated breath. This was supposed to be a grand bargain, a moment where the US and Chinese finally found a middle ground on security, intellectual property, and regional influence. But the reports came out of the closed door session described a scene of total deadlock. Well, the sticking point is it wasn't just trade, it was the refusal to compromise on tech sovereignty and failed resolution of the maritime disputes as well. When the Chinese delegation walked out on the final day without a joint, when I say Chinese, it's basically the Iranian as well, because world knows that the Iran is completely backed by Chinese and Russian. Alright, so when they walked out on the final day without a joint statement, the peace summit became a press disaster. The Trump administrator and their philosophy has been, strength through leverage. Without a deal, the White House felt they had no choice but to maximize the pressure. The 50% tariff isn't just a tax; it's a direct retaliation of the perceived lack of cooperation in Islamabad. In economic terms, what we call is a decoupling accelerator. At 50%, it becomes mathematically impossible for many American companies to maintain their current supply chain in China. And if you're an American retailer, a 50% tax at the border wipe out an entire profit margin, and you're left only with two choices: pass the cost to the consumer, which is guys like you and me, or move your manufacturing elsewhere. Well, this is time consuming, it will take years. From semiconductors to the shoes on your feet, every single line item is about to get a Trump surcharge. This is a bold gamble that US economy is strong enough to absorb the shock, while the Chinese manufacturing sector buckles under the weight of lost business. The reaction from Wall Street has been instantaneous. We saw the Dow and the Nasdaq took triple-digit dives within minutes of the announcement. But the real chaos is happening in the shipping lanes. The logistics experts are warning of supply chain gridlock. Importers are scrambling to the front door shipment before the tariffs officially takes effect, leading to a massive bottleneck at the various coast, especially American coast. And we already know that the Strait of Hormuz is also blocked. And then there is a retaliation factor. China has already signaled that they won't take this lying down. In fact, yesterday their foreign ministry said that please stop interfering in our affairs. So we are looking at a potential export ban on rare earth mineral, the stuff needed to make electrical car batteries and smartphones. And if the US tax Chinese goods, then China cut off the raw material to make those goods elsewhere. We aren't just looking at the higher prices, we are looking at the scarcity. So is there anyone winning here? So in the short term, domestic manufacturers in the US might see a surge in demand as the foreign competition becomes too expensive. Countries like Vietnam, Mexico, and India are also positioning themselves to catch the overflow as companies flee the Chinese market. But for the average consumer, the winner column is looking pretty thin. Economists warn that this could be a reignite of the inflation, just as we thought we had it under control. If $1,000 iPhone suddenly costs $1,400 because of the trade levy, the consumer spending, the engine of the American economy, could stall. So let's discuss pros and cons. What are the pros? Reshoring of the jobs, increased leverage in future deals, reduced dependency on rival. And what are the cons? Higher inflation, stock market volatility, and strained relation with allies who are caught up in different crossfires across the world. So where do we go from here? The 50% tariff is more than just a policy. It's a line in the sand. It signals that the era of globalism at any cost is officially over. We are moving into a bipolar world where you are either in the Western trade bloc or you are not, or you're out basically. The big question remains, will China blink, or will this trade war escalate into a full-blown economic Cold War that lasts for generations? One thing is certain, the failure in Islamabad wasn't the end of the story. It was the prologue to a much more intense chapter in global history. So friends, I want to hear from you. Do you think 50% tariff is the right move to protect the American interest? Or is it the risk of a global recession too high? Drop your thoughts in the comments, and after receiving your comments, I will basically start making more analysis in future on the same subject. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon. We are going to be tracking this market reaction throughout the week and keep bringing the analysis to you. Thanks for watching. I am CK, and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. The biggest question today that we have to tackle is, why does everything exist at all? For decades, the physicists have been haunted by the antimatter mystery. The fact that the Big Bang should have produced equal amount of matter and antimatter, leading to total annihilation and an empty universe. But a groundbreaking theory suggests that answer lies in the exploding black holes. In this video, we dive deep into the world of primordial black holes, PBH, tiny high energy black holes formed seconds after the birth of the universe. Unlike their massive cousins, these tiny titans don't just sit there, they evaporate through Hawking radiation, eventually ending in violent explosions. We will explore how these cosmic firecrackers may have tipped the scale, creating the slight excess of matter that allowed stars, planets, and humans to form. Let us explore this further. Friends, what happens is that everything eventually fall into black hole. If you go very close to the black hole, you will see that the black hole will actually pull you in and then devour you, spedify you, and really bad thing happens to you. Your energy is sucked out and becomes part of the black hole. And so scientists used to wonder, what will happen to black hole. Are they eternal? And it turns out that the Stephen Hawking said no, they are not, because they are also radiating. And that radiation, very very minute radiation, very faint, is now what we call the Hawking radiation. Well, this video is not about Hawking radiation, but the important part is that even black hole, which are the biggest sucker of the universe, also radiate, and therefore if they are radiating, that means their mass is going to reduce eventually, and then they will have to completely evaporate. However, black holes don't go out simply evaporate. When they come to the minimum size that they can have, there is a internal pressure, or the pressure of the vacuum, because of which after crossing that threshold, I mean, they have the event horizon, but they also have a minimum size horizon. Once they cross that, they simply explode. They cannot, the inward pressure cannot hold, and it evaporates or explode instantaneously, and the energy is released back into the universe. And that is what may have caused the extra matter that we see, the energy released after exploding of the initial black holes. So now scientists have debated, and they have agreed upon that when the universe formed, there were trillions, gazillions of the primordial black holes formed. These are microscopic black holes, and they are very small as a proton, but they have a mass equal to a moon. So they have still very strong power. They can pull things towards them. They can devour everything, but they're quite small, very difficult to detect. And since they are small, that means their time came before our solar system took birth. When we started coming to the world, the primordial, I mean, that's the assumption again, the primordial black holes would have been long gone. So now going back to the mystery. The mystery is, when the universe formed, there should be equal amount of matter and antimatter. Matter is what we are made of, and antimatter is equally an opposite matter. And when these two guys touch each other or come close to each other, they completely annihilate into a pure energy. So now we know that there was equal amount of matter and antimatter was formed in the initial first day of the universe, and then after some time the matter antimatter came close again and annihilated, and therefore there was a second bang. And we now know that the second bang really happened, and then it was still in the very early stages of the universe formation. However, if we take the if we consider the PBH, which is the primordial black hole, very very tiny small black holes, if they were also formed before the annihilation happened, that means that portion of the matter was not part of the second bang, right? That means the second bang happened, the matter and antimatter collided and exploded with releasing a lot of energy into the space. However, the PBH were out of this explosion, and they evaporated, releasing a lot of matter. And that is where the mystery of why we do not see antimatter in the space. Whatever we see today using our very advanced telescope, we don't see anything made of antimatter. We see everything made of electrons, protons, neutrons, atoms. All of this is matter, and we don't see. Although we can make antimatter in the laboratory, but it does not last because it's very difficult to hold the antimatter. It will mix with matter and annihilate in pure energy. Nothing is left. It's a matter antimatter explosion is the best explosion, best release of energy, because there are no byproducts out of that. Pure energy is released. So when we don't see antimatter in the universe naturally occurring, that gave rise to the mystery, and that is what we are discussing today. What happened to the antimatter and why we exist at all? I mean, when matter and antimatter were produced, and then the second bang happened, then from where this matter remained in the universe, of which we are all made of, all the stars in the heavens, all the planets, all the living beings are made of matter. So scientists are now saying that the PBH may be responsible because PBH would have survived the second bang, and then later they evaporated, releasing the energy, which then condensed into matter. And there was no question of antimatter, that energy condensing into antimatter. And that is why, if this is true, well, it is very difficult to prove or disprove this, but if this is true, this explains why we exist, why the universe exists, why stars, why the physics exist, right? So this is something which I wanted to discuss in the universe section today. If you have any thoughts, any comments, please share those in the comment section below. Thanks for joining live, and I will catch you again in the next one.
Sun is not silent. It speaks in the burst of invisible thunder. For centuries, we have seen its flare and storm, but Parker Solar Probe has now tuned our ears to a deeper frequency. Hidden within the blazing corona, magnetic switchbacks snaps like a cosmic whisper, unleashing radio waves that ripple across the solar system. And these bursts are more than a whisper of plasma. They are sun's coded signals carrying secrets of its magnetic heart and warning of storm yet to come. In this revelation, Parker has transformed our star from blazing sphere into a storyteller. Its switchbacks composing a hidden symphony of light and sound. Let's find out more about this. The sun, our nearest star, has always been a restless giant. Its surface boiling with plasma, its atmosphere alive with storms. For centuries, astronauts have watched solar flares and coronal mass ejection ripple outward, sometimes striking Earth with a magnetic tempest. Yet beneath its familiar drama lies subtle mysteries, whisper of radio waves, flickers of magnetic turbulence, and that only the most daring spacecraft can unveil. The Parker Solar Probe, humanity's closest emissary to the sun, has now peeled back another layer of its enigma, revealing hidden magnetic switchbacks that gives rise to solar radio burst. So, radio bursts are sudden and outpouring of electromagnetic energies and streaming across space like invisible thunderclap. They are often triggered when the charged particle accelerate along the magnetic field lines, releasing energy in the form of radio waves. For decades, scientists knew these bursts existed, but their precise origin remained elusive. Were they born in the corona tangled loop? Did they emerge from the shock wave racing through the solar wind? But now, Parker Solar Probe diving deep and close to the sun's surface has provided the most intimate clues yet. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine reach of our channel. So going forward, as the probe skimmed through the solar atmosphere, its instruments detected abrupt revelation, abrupt uprising in the magnetic field. Switchbacks like a king in the garden hose. These switchbacks are not gentle bend, but actually sharp zigzags, flipping the direction of the magnetic field from a brief moment before snapping back. Each switchback carries plasma along with it, accelerating particles and steering the turbulence. The new data suggests that these magnetic switchbacks are fertile ground for radio burst, miniature accelerator that hurl electrons into spiral, producing the radio signal that astronomers detect across the solar system. So these insight reshapes our understanding and space weather. Now going forward, the discovery is definitely profound. Its link with the two previously disconnected phenomena. On one hand, switchbacks were known as the oddities in the solar wind, puzzling features that hint at the chaotic dynamics near the sun. And on the other hand, radio bursts were catalogued as a distinct emissions useful for diagnosing the solar storm, but poorly understood in origin. The Parker finding weave them together, and the switchbacks are now not mere curiosities but engine of radio emission, shaping the very soundtrack of sun's activity. So radio bursts are not just academic curiosity, as we have already mentioned. They are interface or with the communication, navigation system, even the spacecraft operations. By tracing them back to the magnetic switchbacks, scientists gain predictive power. If switchbacks can be mapped and modeled, then the radio burst and the storm they create can be anticipated with a greater accuracy. So in essence, Parker has given us a new diagnostic tool, a way to listen to the sun's magnetic heartbeat and foresee its disruptive pulse. The implications extend beyond Earth. Radio bursts ripple through the heliosphere and the vast bubble of solar influence that envelops the planet. They may play a role for accelerating cosmic rays, shaping a planetary magneto atmosphere, and even the influencing the chemistry of atmosphere. So, for Mars, with its magnetic shield, such burst could be particularly consequential and stirring its upper atmosphere and affecting its future. Human explorer, and that is a good info data for the human explorer and the astronauts. For distinct spacecraft, understanding radio burst is vital for shielding electronics and maintaining communication link. And this is also a poetic dimension to its discovery. The sun, often imagined as a blazing sphere of light, now reveals itself as a symphony of invisible signals. Its magnetic field twists and snaps like violin strings, producing radio notes that echo across the space. So, Parker's solar probe, actually braving the furnace of Corona, has become our ear pressing against the star, catching whispers that were once lost in the cosmic din. Each switchback is a stanza, each burst is a refrain, and composing a hidden music of the sun. So, looking ahead, scientists will combine Parker's data with observation from other missions such as the Solar Orbiter to build a full picture. Together, these spacecraft will actually triangulate the origin of burst and map the geometry of switchbacks and refine model of solar wind. So, the ultimate goal is not to understand the sun, but to live safely within its influence. As humanity ventures deeper into space, towards the moon, Mars, and beyond, predicting solar radio burst will be essential as a forecasting storms on the earth. So, in a grand narrative of exploration, Parker's discovery is reminder that even the familiar star hold secrets. The sun, which has actually shining upon the earth for billions of years, is still teaching us how its magnetic heart beats. And hidden switchbacks, once invisible, now stands revealed as an architect of radio storm. And with each revelation, we drew closer to mastering the cosmic weather that shapes our destiny among the stars. So, in the end, Parker's solar probe has shown us that the sun is not just a blazing sphere of light, but a restless storyteller weaving its tale through the magnetic switchbacks and radio burst. Each hidden kink in this field is a spark of revelation. Each burst a message carried across the solar system. By decoding these signals, we are not only learning to predict the storm that shapes our cosmic environment, but also hearing for the first time the sun's secret voice. The discovery reminds us that even the most familiar star still holds mysteries of waiting to be unveiled, and with every orbit, the Parker brings us closer to understanding the rhythm of our star's eternal symphony. So, for today, we have come to the end. Magnetic strings and cosmic echoes. That's what is very amazing and very kind of good to really know more about it. So thanks for watching. Please please like and subscribe our channel. See you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also, it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So, if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. Let me ask you, are the entry level jobs actually disappearing? The traditional path from graduation to a starter job is undergoing a massive transformation as we speak. Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into how the automation and AI are reshaping the entry level positions, what this means for youth unemployment, and how you can future proof your career in this shifting landscape. The job market is changing, and the ladder looks totally different than it appeared 5 years ago. Whether you are a student or a recent graduate or looking to pivot your career, understanding these structural changes is very essential for your success. Let's go and discuss this further. If you have been on a job hunt lately, you know the feeling. You find a job description that says entry level. You get excited. You read the requirement, and it says bachelor degrees, 3 to 5 years of experience, proficiency in 4 different software suites, and proven track records of project management. You look at the entry level title and then you look at the list of demands, and the math just don't add up. It feels like a bad joke. But here is a reality, it's not just a bad hiring practice, it is a fundamental shift in the economy. Today, we are talking about the death of the traditional entry level job. We are going to look at why your first job seems to be disappearing, how AI and automations rules are rewriting the various employment rules. The most importantly, how you can actually get your foot in the door when the door seems to be locked from inside. So friends, if you've reached so far, please let me know from which city or country you're watching us. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. All right, let's proceed further. For decades, the career ladder was simple. You graduate, you get an entry level job, you learn the ropes, and you move up. Companies viewed entry level workers as investment. They were willing to pay to train you because eventually you would become a mid level expert. But something changed. We have seen the hollowing out of the middle class, but we are now seeing the hollowing out of the beginning of the career itself. Why is this happening? There are three reasons. First, AI and automation. The task that used to be the training wheel of a job data entry, basic research, scheduling, drafting simple emails are now being done instantly by AI. The proficiency mandate is the second one. In an era of the high interest rate and pressure for short term profit, companies don't want to pay to train someone for 6 months. They want a plug and play employee who can hit the ground running on day one. Next is outsourcing. Why hire a junior in a high cost city when you can contract a task to a specialized agency or an overseas freelancer for a fraction of a cost? This leads us to the dreaded experience trap. You can't get a job without the experience, and you can't get experience without a job. This is creating a dangerous ripple effect. If companies stop hiring juniors, who is going to learn the skill to become the seniors of tomorrow? We are essentially creating a generation of workers who are being bypassed by automation before they even get a chance to show what they can do. But here is the critical part. This isn't just about bad hiring managers, it's a structural change. The market has shifted towards skill based hiring rather than role based hiring. Companies are becoming less interested in your degree or your job title. They are becoming obsessed with your specific demonstrable skills. So if the traditional entry level ladder is broken, what do? You stop looking for a ladder and start looking for a web. You need to stop selling yourself as a candidate and start selling yourself as a problem solver. Here is how you win in this new environment. First, build yourself, don't apply. If you are designer, don't just send a resume, send a link to a website you redesigned. If you are in finance, don't just say you can analyze data. Publish an analysis of a real market trend. A portfolio is the new resume. Number 2, AI fluency. You are competing with AI, so you need to be the person who directs the AI. If you can show an employer how to use a tool to do work of two people, you become most valuable hire in the room. Number 3, the gig entry point. Sometimes the way into the full-time role is through a contract, a freelance project, or an internship. Don't turn your nose up at small work. It is the easiest way to prove you can do the job before they hire you permanently. I know this sounds daunting. It's scary to feel like the rules of the game changed, right? So, as you stepped into the field, but I want to offer you a different perspective. The gatekeeper are losing their power. The old world, you needed a manager to give you a job. Today, the tools to build, create, and launch are cheaper and more accessible than they were ever before in human history. You don't need an entry level job at a big corporation to prove your worth. You can prove your worth before you ever step into the office. That's the power. It's more work, yes, but it's more autonomy at the same time. The entry level jobs isn't dead, but the do nothing entry level jobs is actually over. Uh, and the one where you just show up and learn by osmosis is absolutely fading away. If you want to survive and thrive, you have to be architect of your own experience. Start the project, learn the software, build the portfolio. I put together a list of resources in the description below, including platforms where you can start finding these skills first and project to build your experience. So if you're feeling the pressure of the job hunt, you aren't alone. Drop the comment below. What is the craziest requirement you have seen in a job lately? Uh, in a job posting lately. Let's talk about it. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Wish you all the best. In a groundbreaking discovery, astronomers have captured a rare cosmic handshake. Two blazing quasars in the process of merging. Located billions of light years away, these luminous monsters are powered by supermassive black holes that are spiraling towards each other, destined to become a single, even more powerful and massive entity. What is going on here? Let us explore this further. Hello, friends, and namaskar. Something very serious is happening in the automotive industry, more specifically with Honda. I'm sure all of us are Honda fan. Even if you're not Honda fan, then this information is still worthy for you to know. In a historic and shocking financial update, Honda Motors Corporation has just posted its first annual loss in nearly 70 years, reporting a staggering $9 billion deficit, which is equal to about 1.45 trillion yen in EV related charges. In this video, we dive deep into the collapse of Honda's aggressive EV only strategy and its sudden massive pivot back to hybrid technologies. Let us go and discuss this further. For nearly 70 years, Honda has been the gold standard of reliability. Since they first listed on the Tokyo Stock Exchange in the year 1957, they have survived oil crises, global recessions, and shifting consumer tastes without ever posting an annual net loss until now. On May 14th, 2026, the unthinkable happened. Honda Motors Company reported a staggering $9 billion loss tied to its aggressive push into electric vehicles. To put that in perspective, that is not just a bad year, that was a historic industry shaking reversal. Just 3 years ago, Honda was the poster child for all in EV movement. They pledged to stop selling gas cars entirely by 2040. They partnered with tech giants like Sony. They committed billions to massive battery plants in Ohio and Ontario. But today, those plans are in tatters. Projects are being cancelled. CEOs are taking pay cuts, and the EV surge that was supposed to carry Honda into the future has instead driven them into a $9 billion wall. Is this the end of Honda as we know it, or is it a master stroke of survival once again? So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further with our analysis. Today we are breaking down exactly what went wrong and the hybrid lifeline Honda is desperately grabbing to save itself. Let's look at the numbers because they are brutal. Honda operating loss for the fiscal year ending March 2026 was approximately 414 billion yen. For those of you following markets, that's a massive swing from 1.2 trillion yen profit they saw just a year earlier. Where does the money go? It wasn't because the people stopped buying Hondas. In fact, if you strip away the EV investment, their core business and motorcycles and the traditional engines was actually profitable. The $9 billion loss comes from the restructuring charges. And therefore, there are several things that Honda is forced to do. First is write-off. Honda spent billions of building molds, designing software-defined platforms, and setting up the production line for their new Zero Series EV. Number two is the cancellation. When they realized that the demand wasn't there, they had to walk away. They cancelled Honda Zero SUV and the Acura RSX EV. Third is the supply chain. Because they had already made deals with supplier, they now owe billions in compensation for parts they no longer want. And this is what the analysts call a software-defined reality check. Honda tried to build a smartphone on wheels to compete with Teslas and Chinese brand like BYD, but they found they couldn't do it profitably. You might be asking why now? Why not 2 years ago? The answer lies in the perfect storm of politics and consumer behavior. In September 2025, the US landscape shifted dramatically. The second administration of President Donald Trump moved quickly to scrap EV tax credit. Suddenly, that $7,500 incentive that made an electric Honda look affordable was gone. At the same time, new tariffs on the imported part made building EV even more expensive. Honda's leadership admitted they misread the room. They expected the US market to stay EV hungry forever. Instead, consumers did something unexpected. They started buying hybrids in record numbers. Even more painful was the situation in China. Honda's official report was refreshingly honest and a bit sad. They admitted they were unable to deliver products that offer value for money better than newer EV manufacturers. In short, they were being out-engineered and outpriced in the world's biggest EV market. The most visible sign of this retreat is in North America. For years, Honda had been touting its Zero Series the lineup that would define the brand for the 21st century. As of today, 15 billion EVs value chain project in Ontario, Canada has been put on indefinite hold. This wasn't just a factory, it was supposed to be an entire ecosystem from battery materials to assembly. Then there is Sony Honda partnership as well. Remember the Afila? It was a high tech EV collaboration that was going to use Sony's entertainment system. That project has also hit a massive roadblock, with development and sales effectively halted. To show this severity, Honda's board members are forfeiting their bonuses, and the senior executives are taking 25% to 30% pay cuts. This is a company in survival mode. So, what is the plan now? Honda isn't going out of business. They are, performing a massive tactical retreat to higher ground. The ultra efficient hybrid. Instead of 100% EV by 2040, Honda has pivoted. They are now launching 15 new hybrid models globally by 2029. They are focusing on what America and the Indian buyers actually want: large D segment SUVs and mid sized sedans that don't need a charging station. They are even retooling their EV battery plants to make smaller, cheaper hybrid batteries instead. What is the goal? The goal to return to the record high profit of 8.9 billion by fiscal year 2029. They are also leaning on their unsung heroes, the motorcycle division. While the car side was bleeding money, Honda's motorcycles, especially in India and Vietnam, are seeing massive growth. In many ways, the humble two wheeler is subsidizing the survival of the four wheeler division. So, back to our original question. Now, is this the end of Honda? Well, if you mean the end of Honda as an EV only visionary, then definitely yes. That dream is over for now. They have scrapped the targets, cancelled their projects, and paid 9 billion, sort of tuition fee to learn a hard lesson about the market reality. But as a car company, they might be their most important moment since 1957. By admitting they were wrong, by being the decisive CEO, and Honda is trying to reclaim its clarity among the total disruption. They are betting that the future isn't the surge of electric cars but steady hybrid middle path. So friends, what do you think about this move? Is Honda being smart by retreating, or are they falling behind for good? Let me know in the comments below. Let me know what you feel. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. I'm CK. Thanks for watching Akul Mac World. I will catch you again in the next one. But before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome. In this video, we decode one of the most profound verses of the Bhagavad Gita to reveal a blueprint for a modern leadership and business's longevity. While the most CEO fear the end of a market cycle or the disruption of their industry, the Gita teaches that dissolution is simply the precursor to a more powerful manifestation. Let us go and discuss this further. Every CEO, every founder, every leader share a common nightmare. That is the end. The end of a product relevance, the end of a market cycle, the end of an era. We spend billions on R&D and strategy just to stave away and stave off the inevitable moment when what we have built is no longer enough. We treat disruption like an enemy, and therefore it has to be defeated. But what if the end wasn't a failure? What if it was a biological, even cosmic necessity? Today, we are bridging the gap between the modern boardroom and the ancient Vedic philosophy. We are looking at chapter 9, verse 7 of the Bhagavad Gita, where Sri Krishna, Bhagwan Krishna, reveals a concept that can transform your lead, you can scale, and most importantly, how you can pivot. Welcome to the Eternal Pivot Leadership Lessons from the Cycle of Kalpa. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's look at the verse. The text says, and in this context, Bhagwan Krishna says to Arjun, quote starts, every material being enter into me at the end of the every cycle of Kalpa or a millennium. O Kaunteya, I send them back again at the beginning of the next cycle, quote close. To understand this, for business, we need to understand two terms, Kalpa and dissolution. A Kalpa is a massive cycle of time, a cosmic fiscal year or a grand scale. At the end of this cycle, everything, the stars, the planet, the souls, merges back into the source. Nothing is destroyed in the scene, in a sense of vanishing into nothingness. It is simply pulled back into a state of potential. You know potential energy? Right. Then Bhagwan Krishna says, I send them back again. This is a first grade leadership lesson. Existence is cyclic, not linear. In business, we often try to force linear growth forever. But the Gita reminds us that everything that manifests must eventually be pulled back into the source, which is the core idea, the raw talent, the capital, etc., before it can be projected outward again in a better, more evolved form. Why do legacy company fail? Because they try to fight the end of their kalpa. Think of Kodak, Nokia, or Blockbuster. They viewed their current form, their specific product as permanent. When the cycle ended, they resisted the pullback to the source. They refused to dissolve their old identity, and as a result, they couldn't be sent back as something new. As a leader, your job is to identify when a cycle is closing. Is your current business model is being that has reached the end of the kalpa, or holding on to strategic simply because it worked in the last millennium? Very profound question, isn't it? I think all of you can try and answer in your business. Bhagwan Krishna wisdom here is about strategic detachment. He doesn't mourn the end of kalpa. He facilitates it because he knows the next cycle is already planned. A Gita aligned CEO doesn't see a market crash as a catastrophe. They see it as the universe clearing the whiteboard for a new, more efficient design. So, how do you apply this? We call it the eternal pivot. The eternal pivot is the ability to withdraw your energy, resources, and talent from a dying cycle and bring them back to the source, which in your case is your core purpose. When you pivot, you aren't changing who you are changing how you manifest. There are several things that you need to take care. First, identify the end of the cycle signal. High customer acquisition cost, stagnation in innovation, or a shift in the cultural values. These aren't just problems, they are the kalpa signals. Number two, embrace the dissolution. Don't just fix a broken department. Sometimes you have to dissolve it completely. Let the talent and the capital return to the center. Number three, remanifestation. Ask yourself, if you were starting from scratch today with the wisdom of the past, what would I send back into the world? This is exactly what Krishna does. He doesn't just repeat the previous cycle. He sent beings back again, fresh, renewed, and ready for the new era. Leading from the verse 7 means leading with a cosmic perspective. It removes the ego from the pivot. If you believe you are your current product, a pivot feels like a personal death. But if you see yourself as the facilitator of the cycle, like Bhagwan Krishna of your organization, then the pivot becomes your greatest act of creation. You become a leader who's unshakable. When the industry is in chaos, you are calm because you understand the mechanics of the kalpa. You know that for something to be born, something must first return to the source. You aren't just managing people, you are managing the rhythm of evolution. Next time, when you face a major transition, a failed venture, or a shifting market, don't look at it as an ending of the your career, etc. Look at it through the lens of chapter 9 and verse 7. The cycle is closing so that the new one can begin. Your material being, your current project, is just returning to you so that you can send it back out, stronger, wiser, and more aligned with the future. Master this cycle, embrace the dissolution, and always be ready for the next kalpa. So, friends, thanks for watching and thanks for listening. Now you go forth and lead the next cycle. If you have any questions, please feel free to send it across. Before I leave you today, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
The idea of robots living alongside us has been belonged to the realm of science fiction. Yet today it is edging into the reality. With the debut of AI-powered robot designed specially for home use, the boundary between futuristic imagination and everyday life is dissolving. These machines are no longer confined to factory floors or research labs. They are stepping into kitchen, living room, bedroom, promising to transform the domestic routine. The debut of AI robots for domestic use is not just a technological milestone, it is a cultural one also. It sparks curiosity, inspires hope, ignites debate. So, are we welcoming helpful assistants into our lives or surveillance device disguised as a companion? The answer may shape not only the future of our household but also the broader relationship between human and intelligent machine. Artificial intelligence has begun to step out of the research lab and corporate offices into the most intimate of the space, our home. So debut of AI powered domestic robots marks a turning point in consumer technology, one that blends convenience with controversy. So these machines are designed to handle everyday tasks, tidying rooms, monitoring energy use, assisting with cooking, or even offering companionship. And this appeal lies in the promise of freeing up time, reducing household stress, and creating a seamless, smart living environment. For many consumers, the idea of robot that can anticipate the need and act autonomously and feel natural is the next step after smart speakers and connected appliances. Yet that excitement is tempered by uneasy, and that is privacy debate over flared almost immediately. Unlike a vacuum robot that simply mop your floor plans, and these new AI robots can equipped with advanced sensory cameras, microphones. So they don't just clean, they observe, interpret, and learn. That means that they are constantly collecting data from household routine, personal habits, even private conversations. So for some, this feels like inviting a surveillance device into the living room. The questions become: who owns that data and how securely is it stored? So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, the consumer interest is undeniable. Early demonstrations have drawn crowds, and pre-orders suggest a strong demand. Families imagine robots that can help elderly relatives, parents, and vision assistants with the childcare. And the professionals see value in delegating some routine work. So, but alongside with enthusiasm, the critics warn of the risk of dependency and erosion of boundaries. So, if a robot can recognize emotions, respond to the stress, and adapt to the personal preferences, does it cross into the territories of replacing human interaction? So, and if the companies monetize the insight gathered from these robots, does the home cease to be a private sanctuary? So this tension between innovation and intrusion defines the current debate On one hand, AI robot for home use could actually revolutionize the domestic life. It can provide easiness in the domestic life, making home safer, more efficient, and more responsive. On the other hand, they raise profound ethical questions about autonomy, consent, and surveillance. The debut of these robots is not just a technological milestone, it is a cultural one too. It actually forces society to grapple with what we value more: convenience or privacy, automation or intimacy. For now, the spotlight remains on consumer curiosity. The allure of futuristic living is strong, and many are eager to experiment. But as adoption spread, the conversation will inevitably shift from novelty to accountability. The home, once the most private space, is becoming the next frontier for AI, and how we navigate this frontier will shape not only our domestic life but also our broader relationship with technology. The arrival of AI robots in our home is more than a technical upgrade. It is definitely, as we are discussing, cultural shift. These machines promise efficiency, they also promise safety, and even the companionship, yet they are that is a challenge of our notion of privacy, intimacy within the household. So, as consumer embrace this, and society must also confront the deeper questions: how much of our personal lives are we willing to share with the machines, and who ultimately control that information? So that is that whether they become a trusted helper or controversial intruders will depend only on the technological itself, but also value we choose to uphold as we invite artificial intelligence into our most private corners of our lives. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we close this live streaming, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
the vast expanse of India's mythological and spiritual heritage, Jamadagni emerges as a figure who embodies both wisdom and strength. A sage of Bhrigu lineage and one of the revered Saptarishi, he was not confined to meditation alone. His life was a rare fusion of scholarship and martial mastery. Jamadagni's household was a sanctuary of Vedic learning where the sacred hymns were preserved, transmitted, yet it was also a place where the science of weaponry, the art of warfare were refined into discipline of dharma, that is righteousness. His bow, Saranga, and his knowledge of Dhanur Veda symbolize the union of intellect and arm, teaching the weapon are not instrument of conquest but the guardian of righteousness. Jamadagni's life was not merely about personal achievement, it was about shaping the legacy that would endure through his son Parshuram, the warrior sage who carried forward his father's vision of dharma defended by strength. Thus, Jamadagni stands at the crossroad of meditation and battlefield, of the scholarship and strategy, reminding us that the true greatness lies in the harmonizing wisdom with power. In the tapestry of ancient Indian tradition, Jamadagni stands as a figure of profound duality. At once a sage immersed in spiritual wisdom, and the other part he is the master of martial science. His life reflects the delicate balance between pursuit of knowledge and the necessity of defense, between the serenity of meditation and the discipline of warfare. Jamadagni's contribution to the science of weaponry and the art of warfare are legendary. As a descendant of great sage Bhrigu, he inherited not only the spiritual insight but also a deep understanding of martial techniques. Ancient texts describe him as a custodian of Dhanur Veda, a branch of knowledge that encompass the use of bow, arrow, and divine weapons. His bow, Saranga, became the symbol of his mastery, later passed on to his son Parshuram, who wielded it into a campaign against the Kshatriyas. Jamadagni's teaching emphasized discipline, precision, and the ethical use of force that is also applies on warfare. It was not just for the conquest, but for the protection of dharma, which is righteousness. In this way, he elevated martial science into a sacred art and inseparable from moral responsibility. The bow of dharma can be seen in the modern cybersecurity and AI governance. Our digital weapon, algorithms, data, and code must be aimed at protecting truth, justice, and not the exploitation. The legacy reminds us that the technology is powerful only when aligned with the ethical purpose. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, yet the Jamadagni was not merely a warrior sage. His spiritual and scholarly contribution are equally profound. As one of the world's revered Saptarishi, he played a vital role in preserving and transmitting the Vedic knowledge. His devotion to meditation, or spirituality made him a beacon of righteousness. His household became the center of learning. Legend recounts his ability to command nature itself, receiving boons from Surya, the sun god, and harnessing the divine cow, Kamadhenu, which symbolize abundance and substance. These stories reflect his stature as a sage who could bridge the material and the spiritual, guided by, and definitely that will help in guiding humanity towards balance. This was very important in the context of making the balance. If we think deeper and find out in 2026, that is actually more relevant. This continuity reflects how knowledge passes from one generation to the next, and today's AI pioneering inherit both innovation and responsibility. The art of war in 2026 is not just about weapon, but about navigating global conflict in cyber space, in trade wars, and AI ethics. Jamaat Agni's story reminds us that every new generation must weld its tool with wisdom. The tragedy of Jamaat Agni's death, slain by the men of King Kartivirya Arjun for refusing to surrender Kamdhenu, underscores the eternal tension between the spiritual authority and the worldly power. His martyrdom ignited Parshuram's vow to rid the earth of oppressive rulers, ensuring that Jamaat Agni's legacy lived on not only in a scholarship but also in action. Through his son, his teaching on weaponry dharma were carried forward, shaping one of the most dramatic cycles in Hindu mythology. So Jamaat Agni's life thus embodies a rare synthesis, the science of warfare tempered by spiritual wisdom. He demonstrated that true mastery of arms must be guided by restraint, ethics, and devotion to higher principle. His scholarly contribution ensured the continuity of Vedic tradition, while his martial legacy empowered future generation to defend righteousness. And him, the sage and the warrior, were not opposite, but it is kind of a two face of one life dedicated to preservation of dharma, that is righteousness. Now, if we see in the context of 2026, this mirrors actually how nations and corporations debate the ethical use of AI autonomous weapon. Just as Jamaat Agni's insisted on restraining, today's leaders grappled with ensuring AI-driven defense system remain accountable to human values. So Jamaat Agni's life is a reminder that the pursuit of wisdom and the mastery of strength are not opposite paths, but a complementary one. As sage, he safeguarded the Vedic tradition, nurtured the scholarship and the spiritual discipline. As a master of weaponry, he elevated warfare into a sacred science, teaching that arms must serve the righteousness rather than ambition. His martyrdom at the hand of worldly power underscores the kind of softness of spiritual authority. Yet, through Parshuram, his legacy endured and ensured that righteousness would always find a defender. So in Jamaat Agni's, we see the rare union of scholar, warrior, and meditation, and of course the meditation and the battlefield. His contribution continues to inspire, remind us that the true greatness lies not in domination, but in harmonizing knowledge with the responsibility and strength with virtue. So Jamaat Agni's contribution lies in his rare synthesis, and also it also reminds us, his story continues to inspire us, remind us that wisdom, strength must walk hand in hand. So please send your comments and subscribe our channel for more insight into Indian mythology and spirituality. See you in the next one. But before we close this live stream, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.